Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. I am Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady. How the heck are ya? Yeah, this is a bit of an unusual day. This being Tuesday and not Sunday. Oh, look at that. I forgot to turn off the sound. And there we go. Now I get to not hear myself coming through my own headphones. Yeah, I've been thinking of doing a midweek live stream or two, and this is kind of getting started with that, getting a little shakedown of the equipment, and there's a little bit of YouTube news that I got from Johnny Drive By. We can get into that a little bit, and getting accustomed to getting OBS fixed before the show starts, and making sure that YouTube is doing all the streaming before the show starts. I think you guys may remember my coming apart at the seams on Sunday. We're gonna try to keep that to a minimum. So what we've got going here, we've got a little bit of news and no weather, no sports. You know what can I tell you? But we do have the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr, Bionic Dance with us. Hi, dear. How are you?
Hey everybody. I've definitely had better days. How about you?
Yeah, I noticed that this morning. Well, I think I was the bearer of bad tidings, was I not?
Well, a
Um,
lot of people were.
yeah, because
Hell of a thing to wake up to.
yeah, I'm really sorry that that
Perhaps we should
happened.
tell the people who don't know. Um,
Yeah, indeed.
Marie Fredriksson, the female lead of my favorite band, Roxette, died, I guess, yesterday while I was sleeping. She'd had a very, very, very long battle with brain cancer and like 14 years or something. And then,
Wow.
well, yeah, she was 61.
Yeah,
Uh,
that surprised me a little bit. I thought she was a bit younger than that.
um, I mean, I guess I don't even know how old they were when they hit the United States, but Roxette, what like they made an album in 1986 that pretty much didn't get past Europe. I don't even know if
Okay.
it left Sweden, but in 1989, their big album "Look Sharp" came out in the United States, and while a lot of people don't know who the hell they are, they made a big splash with songs like "The Look." Dangerous, Dress for Success, Listen to Your Heart. Those were pretty big. And then their second album that hit the US called Joyride, the eponymous song Joyride was on there, as well as a bunch of others like Church of Your Heart, The Big L. Um, they didn't actually have It Must Have Been Love on there, but that was the song from Pretty Woman that was really popular back in the day.
Okay
Uh,
then.
so yeah.
No,
It's they've been a huge part of my life. In fact, like I say, my favorite band, I have their name tattooed right here. Um, and I
devotion.
guess some part of me was always hoping that she'd recover, and even if they didn't tour again, they might cut another album. But well, it
I
looks like that
guess.
ship has sailed. Uh,
Yeah, it's no. I was a little bit surprised because I looked at the article and said, "Wait a minute, she's my age," and I was expecting maybe about 10 years younger for some reason. But how is it? This is going to be the question. How'd you get so involved with Roxette in the first place?
Well, I mean, it's kind of strange. Like a lot of people, didn't really know who they were exactly. I knew their songs, but didn't know who sang them all, that it was all the same people. But back in the 80s, I don't know how many of you were around for this, but we didn't have CDs. We had tapes, cassette
Yeah.
tapes.
Yep.
And a lot of us would make mixtapes by basically having record and pause at the same time. And when a song came up on the radio, you quickly unpause, record the song, and then repause, right?
Yep.
So I was making mixtapes off the radio that way, and I started to notice how many songs were by the same people. And so I went out and bought Look Sharp and was like, holy crap, these guys are awesome. Went right back out and bought Joyride and then was on 11 hooks waiting for their next album to come out, which was called Crash Boom Bang. That has my second favorite song in the entire Western universe on it, called Sleeping in My Car. I didn't actually get Crash Boom Bang like right away. I got the single, if any of you remember those, where it's one song on one side, one song on the other. It's like a preview kind of thing. And like I said, the song was called Sleeping in My Car. And from the title, I expected like a ballad. But no, it's one of the rockinest things they ever made. And I was bouncing around in my parents' car because it was in the car tape deck, like I was being attacked by bees, is how I was moving. That song kicked my ass. It really did. It was one of the best things I'd ever heard. And like I say, to this day, it's my second favorite song in the entire Western universe. My first being Fading Like a Flower by, you guessed it, Roxette. Uh, and
How could that ever
so,
be?
yeah. So that's pretty much how I got involved listening to them. It just sort of happened by osmosis, I guess. I mean, it wasn't like me going, aha, that's my favorite band. It was more like me just going, I like this song. I like that song. I like that other. They're all by the same people. So yeah,
Okay,
that
then.
that that was it. But I did spend most of this morning in tears. Be as composed as I
Yeah,
am right now. It was a huge loss.
I kind of understand where that can come from. Definitely. You will never have met that person, in person, that sort of thing, but still you feel that connection. Um,
Well, I met them in person once.
you did.
I won a radio contest and got tickets to see them. It was a very small venue. I wish I could have gone to a big, huge stadium, but still, I did get to see them. They didn't hit the U.S. very much because the U.S. just sort of went, okay, your time is done now, while the rest of the freaking world loved the crap out of them. They went on so many world tours and never bothered with most of North America, never mind the U.S., for decades. So I only got to see them once, damn it, and it sucks.
Oh my, that is just totally amazing. Then I mean, not only, am I hearing this right? Not only did you get to see the concert, you got to walk up and say, "Hi, Marie."
Yeah, well, I mean,
All
like I said, it
right.
was a very small venue, and so they did a meet and greet after, and I got to tell them how much they've meant to me.
That
So
is
I'll
beautiful.
always treasure that memory.
That is beautiful. All right then. So you've got one up on me because I did shed a tear when Neil Armstrong died, but never got to meet him. So yeah, lucky you. Damn it.
Well, it's kind of funny because what was it, the last one or the one before, where you were actually talking about how atheists deal with death? And as much as I wish Marie Fredrickson was still alive, I kind of wish she could have died in time for it so I could discuss it, because like I said, I don't deal with death a lot. Most of my relatives that have died, I haven't been very close to. I've only had a few close friends die, and it was usually after we'd lost contact for a while. So most of the deaths that I've dealt with have been beloved celebrities. And so yeah, it's kind of weird. You hear about someone who loses their mother or their father, or a sibling or something, and what they go through, and I
Yeah.
haven't been through that yet. I'm not prepared for when my parents finally die, you know? And so I don't really, I mean, maybe this was a trial run. I don't know,
Maybe
but
it's it's going to sound a little strange. I hope it doesn't sound too strange when I say that I kind of envy you in the sense that you say you don't know how you're going to take it when your parents die. At least you have parents. So,
well,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, okay, granted, I could go off on a rant about my mom because we don't have the best mother-daughter relationship.
Mm,
And I'm sure she doesn't realize it or wouldn't agree with it, but I think it's mostly her fault. My dad and I, on the other hand, are very close. So,
This is a very, very good thing. Yay.
yeah.
I am very appreciative of that for the two of you. Um, Someday I may have to take an entire show if you don't mind and just ask you, hell, what's that like?
If you want to, sure. I mean, it wasn't always that way. My parents and I have had our troubles, but like a decade or two ago, my dad and I just somehow and became simpatico, where and part of it, my dad often says that he spent a lot of my childhood depressed. And I think he's mostly over that now. And I think that is what opened the door to us really being able to connect as, parent and kid.
Oh, and that's a wonderful thing then. I mean, when you say you spent the time depressed, I take it was a clinical depression.
I don't know. I mean
Okay.
okay, the definition of depressed has gotten so murky these days because I
Yeah.
can say I'm depressed about this, that, or the other thing, meaning I've been hit in the feels by an event. But then other people talk about being depressed where it is chemical, where they like it's more their normal state of being than someone who's reacting to an event being depressed.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been
Mm-hmm.
on both sides of that because of the seasonal affective disorder and all of that. Um, but I don't know. I mean, because my dad has talked a lot about some of the things he went through, um, I've mentioned before that he went on sort of like a religious odyssey after he broke from his Catholic parents,
Okay
right?
then. Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
so he tried a little bit of everything, and I think he
Hello.
spent a lot of time trying to find himself, and that probably contributed to it. So I don't know how much of it was chemical, if any. I don't know. It might
Okay.
just be a personal crisis sort of thing, a who am I really thing. I don't know.
Yeah,
And I haven't
because
really asked him about it, and maybe I should, but I haven't.
yeah, I mean the first thing that came to my mind is if it was a chemical thing, having got over it. That my word, that's a very lucky person.
Yeah.
If not chemical, then well, not chemical, but getting over depression. God, that's an amazing thing in and of itself. And hi there, Tornado. How you doing?
Well, first of all, I want to offer my huggles to Katie. Or
Thanks.
Kate. Sorry.
Katie?
I am so sorry.
Oh boy, I see an impending death
Honest
on the
mistake.
horizon.
Honest mistake. I apologize.
You are just lucky my orbital strike lasers are offline at the moment.
I apologize. That was my bad. I would
All
meant to say
right.
Kate.
So apologize once and leave it at that. How's that sound?
Sorry, I'm trying to keep
Um,
hydrated too.
what you been up to, Tornado?
Well, I've been filling out my Christmas playlist, and I ended up finding some Christmas tunes on the shortwave.
Oh my, you actually. Hi, Mom NATO. I dropped you a link in case you want one. You actually listen to shortwave.
Yeah. It's an online shortwave.
Okay, okay. I used to do.
I was just browsing there because, there are some stations playing Christmas music. I wanted to see what other stations might be playing Christmas music.
I used to do a lot of that. I haven't done it in years. I actually built a shortwave receiver years ago, and I think I might have been about 14, something like that when I did that, and spent a lot of time with a headset just listening to broadcasts from, let's say Germany. I understood the language, well, still do kind of. Now I note that shortwave is mostly very right wing religious broadcasts from wheat country here in the U.S. But
I found an online shortwave radio app with none of the religious right wing,
lucky you,
whatever
yay!
you would call it.
Because I had
It actually has radio from other countries. I have yet to run into a single USA radio station that was actually USA.
okay, yeah, because I had
And I ended up encountering a couple Christmas tunes that I kind of have a liking for on a Polish radio station.
right then. Well, yeah, the Polish are heavily Catholic, always have been. So I can imagine that they'd have some of the religious Christmas songs playing.
Oh, no, 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 no. I ended up bumping into Winter Wonderland by Leona Lewis, and this recent one, I Wish It Were Christmas Every Day, or I Wish It Could Be Christmas Every Day
Oh
by
my!
the Wizards.
Oh wow! Now all we need is walking around in women's underwear, and we'll be all set for Christmas, eh, kids?
I'm still picturing in my head "It's Christmas at Ground Zero" by Weird Al and all
Oh
of the Bob
my!
Rivers stuff. I don't know. I have that little brat mentality in my head of preferring the really irreverent Christmas songs
Oh,
personally.
absolutely. I mean, irreverence, there's nothing like it. I mean, I fell in absolute love with O Little Town of Bethlehem sung to House of the Rising Sun. First I heard it, it was like, yeah.
Mm.
Mom
See,
Nato, hi.
it would probably help if I knew that song very well.
Cause, okay,
O
the
little town of
Bethlehem.
Bethlehem, how still we see thee lie. Above the dark and dreamless sleep, as silent stars go by. Yet in the dark street shineth the everlasting light. The hopes and fears of all the years are met in thee tonight.
Oh, little town of Bethlehem, how still we see thee lie.
Yeah.
Yes, you know that the whole House of the Rising something. That's the one I meant that I don't know very well.
Oh,
Like
Yes.
I know, like if someone played the tune, I'd be like, I know I've heard that, but
Yeah,
I
oh.
wouldn't be able to identify it.
that's
You
Bob.
know
That's Bob Rivers.
Oh,
what? House of the Rising Sun?
The parody of the Christmas
Right,
song.
but I mean, even just the original. I don't grok the
Oh,
original.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah, because I mean, it's one that I think everyone has heard, but
Mhm.
if you asked me what's the title and who sang it, I couldn't do it.
Oh,
Right.
it's very pervasive.
House of the Rising
definitely.
Sun by the Animals.
Is it? See, for some reason, my first thought would have been like Pink Floyd or The Doors.
Yeah.
No,
No, it's by the Animals.
definitely Eric Burden.
Okay, but you understand why I would think that, though, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
So what is the event tonight that we're all gathering for?
Well, I am kind of
Shits and giggles?
looking. Well, partially shits and giggles. I'm also looking to
Shiggles and gits?
yes, start up another live stream. So I'm testing the water. A midweek live stream as well as my Sundays, and just shaking down the equipment. Because if
well-
you remember the problem I was having on Sunday, keeping myself
Yeah.
together. So we're getting to work on that, and
Whacking the
Well,
problem.
if you encounter any bugs, I know what to do about them.
I like it. I like it.
You have
For
good
those who don't know, because you weren't here when we weren't online and all of that, but someone sent me this. I didn't ask for it. I didn't even know it existed until they sent it to me. But
It's a Nerf
what
gun.
it is, it's basically a shotgun that shoots table salt, and the intention is to basically mulch houseflies with it.
Okay then.
Put the salt here, do that, which is very necessary, and then
That's
I got curious and shot myself in the hand from here, and it stings. But I mean, it won't damage you. It does very specifically say, "Do not shoot in the face or eyes." And someone on Twitter was like, "But where else would the eyes be if not on your face?" And I realized, the hills. Apparently, they have them. The hills have eyes.
yes.
So
Well, I got good news.
Oh yeah.
It's not a blood clot.
Okay. Well,
okay,
so
context, please.
you're saying
I've
good
been-
news. So
Yeah. I've been having a lot of pain that has been creeping up my left leg, along the front of my leg, and then it moved behind my leg. And what it is that nice line of ligaments and tendons that run up the inside of your thigh.
Oh yeah.
It's band tightening right there. And the only thing they can do at this point is ice and heat. And she said there's really not a whole lot they can do. but it's all related to having a bad knee.
All right then.
What
So-
you need is the icy
Well,
hot patch.
If they replace it with like cybernetics or something artificial, maybe they can be 11 instead of tendons.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Well, at least you get to
But-
keep the limb. I mean,
Yeah.
if you're saying it's not a blood clot, but it's something
Yeah.
worse, then that's not necessarily good
Yeah.
news.
Well, no, she's also sending me out for X-rays for my back to see if they can do anything about that. So that's good.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! And
now,
they're-
of course,
Yes, I have 3 different sets of X-rays ordered for my cervical spine with obliques, my neck, and the LS spine, whatever that is. So
wait. Okay, cervical spine. We know. LS. Oh. Lumbar sacral.
yes.
Very low back.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then
so
what's the
she's
other
like,
one?
Cervical spine with obliques.
Okay, the obliques. I'm not.
That's your waist. Your obliques are in your waist
Okay.
and mid back. I
Okay,
believe.
you got
Or-
cervical, and then you got. Oh, boy, they're doing.
Yeah, cervical's your neck,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where I happen to have 2 slip discs, and then 3 in the lumbar sacral area.
Yeah, 'cause-
So when
Yeah.
you're talking about this sort of thing, yeah, I
Yeah.
know the terminology. Yeah.
Mhm.
oh God,
Oh, did you
Yes, my son.
listen to the
I just
news?
you just made me think of a ridiculous Christmas parody.
I
How-
don't want to hear it.
The
Totally.
12
Thank you,
days
thank
of
you, thank you.
manicness.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I don't want to hear it. Did you watch the news at all today?
Are you speaking of the articles?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
A lot of
Context, please.
Articles of
Trump.
impeachment.
It's about the
Oh,
movie called
that.
Donnie and the
Okay, sorry,
Giant
there's
Impeach.
too many things articles can mean with
Yeah.
respect to news.
they did articles of impeachment. One was
Obstruction of Congress, and the first one was abuse of
Abuse
power.
of power.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, there's still a possibility that they will also do obstruction of justice.
Hell, there's a possibility that they could add more articles of
Yeah,
impeachment.
they've
That's
already
what
said,
you said,
they might
yeah.
still
See,
because
Now
they're
that's
still debating whether or not the articles are obstruction of justice in the Mueller report can be used because that was all about Russia, and they've already proven through
proved.
they've already proved
there we go.
through the information that they have given from the phone calls and text messages that the country that interfered with the election in 2016 was Ukraine
Yeah.
instead of Russia.
Yeah.
So technically, there was no obstruction of justice per se, but
Yeah.
the intent was there.
And what I cannot remember, I am inclined to believe it is, but it may not be, that intent is all you need for obstruction of justice. But
Yeah.
that, I know that remains to be cleared up, because there are a lot
Well,
of
then
questions.
again, every time someone would
Well-
investigate Trump, he fired him.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's where you would start to think
The obstruction of justice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause
And see, the thing that gets me is one of the things I, as a person, think that in their presentation to the Senate that they should say is that pose it as if this was a Democratic president who had done these things, would you, the Republicans, continue to allow him to sit as president, or would you remove him from office and have him arrested for his or tried for his crimes?
Well, hasn't that already been asked, basically? I mean, not necessarily by lawmakers, but... Oh, okay.
Not-
Okay, I was under an
haven't.
incorrect impression then.
Because this whole thing is the Republicans are refusing to accept this because he is a Republican president.
Oh, sure, yeah. And I have a
And
feeling that another reason they refuse to accept it is that they're complicit.
well, I think they are.
Yeah.
They know what's going on. They know what he's done.
Now, speaking of
Well,
presidential
well,
stuff,
Yeah, Kate.
I actually posited a question
well,
to Mother
he's
Let
about the
Honey,
whole.
he's
Kate's.
there's something about this whole impeachment thing that
Mhm.
worries me, and that is that if we do not just impeach him but remove him from office, because as I understand, they're not necessarily the same
They
thing.
are not
I
at
mean,
all
No.
the same thing.
look at Bill Clinton, right?
Right.
He was
Mhm.
impeached. But if we do remove him from office, then we get Mike Pence.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, right
Right.
now Trump is an incompetent chowderhead, but
Right.
we get Mike Pence, and he might actually start getting things done that we don't want to have happen.
Well, I understand that, but the issue about the just let it wait is that it gives the impression to whoever gets elected next after Trump that they can just do whatever they want and
And
not.
I really hope they don't think that.
Well, but
yeah,
But I guess
that is what
all
they're
I'm
giving.
all I'm saying though is that it worries me. I'm not saying we
I mean,
shouldn't do it. I'm
everybody.
just saying it's a concern.
oh
It is
yeah,
a concern,
yeah, it is to me
but
as
the
well.
issue, Mike Pence does not have the popularity.
The chutzpah.
No, the
Uh,
popularity. This
of the
is all
people,
about.
sure, he doesn't have public popularity, but he probably has it with other politicians. And right
No,
now, that's who matters until the vote
right.
happens.
Well, at this, Mike Pence has never had the Republicans. I don't know the term I'm looking for.
Actually, I just had a thought.
What?
And we're getting
Uh-oh.
some echo from somebody. But I mean, okay, suppose that we do manage to impeach Trump and remove him from office sort of
Mhm.
nowish. That
Right.
means that the Republicans all of a sudden might have a primary on their hands, and
They
that
will.
could be interesting. I
They
mean,
will.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people might assume, oh, well, Mike Pence now he was president after Trump, so he's the nominee. But I
No.
don't think people will accept
No.
that shit. So
He would still have to win the party nomination.
well, I
And
think
Yeah.
that would be very interesting to see.
I think it would, and that's what I'm hoping happens is that Trump Trump needs to go to jail.
Oh,
He
absolutely,
needs
absolutely.
he committed high treason. He committed treason. That's all there is to it.
Well, imagine if he committed sober treason. Um,
And
yeah, I mean, like right now, he's kind of protected by being the president, and when he's not president anymore, he will
Mhm.
be in
Well,
so
that's
much
like
hot water. I actually heard, now, I don't know if it's true or not, but I saw something where he tried to cut a deal where he's like, okay, I will step down as president in exchange for immunity for me and my family.
you
Oh
can't do
yeah,
that.
a Nixon. Well, no, that's already been done. That's what Nixon was all about.
Right, but the issue is he can't get they cannot get, Nixon did not have pending court cases against him.
Hmm.
Oh,
Trump
oh, right,
has
he does. Yeah, and that's once he's out of
Trump
office, he's
yeah.
sunk.
He's got 17 criminal cases pending against him. And he's also got like 76 sexual harassment cases pending against him.
That
Oh
is
yeah,
The
just
man
totally
should
amazing that there would be
he should
that.
never have been elected.
I know that.
We both know that.
well,
He should
I mean, if the
never have been
DNC
allowed to
hadn't
run.
totally cheated the nomination process, he never would have won. If Hillary had
Exactly.
actually campaigned in the Rust Belt, he never would have won.
Yeah, there's
The
the
Rust
big one.
Belt.
She really liked the South,
Mhm.
where Bernie wasn't doing well. Down in Virginia, Tennessee, North Carolina, they don't like Bernie anyway. So it was a clear division as far as that went. And unfortunately, nobody did any campaigning outside of their own area because I fault Bernie for not campaigning harder in the South.
Well, but
Yeah.
that's at the same time, he did campaign a lot for Hillary after she got the nomination, and he went to the places she wouldn't.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's that. And apparently, a lot of people love Bernie in places you wouldn't expect.
What, like Nebraska or stuff like that?
That kind of place, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I don't know about specifically Nebraska, but
Or that
um,
kind of place. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, and but those were also places that loved Trump. And what people don't seem to get is it's the populist message, because Trump was touting this populist message that he never
Mhm.
followed through on after he was elected. But people like that idea that someone's going to fight for them, and
Mm-hmm.
it seems like all of the other establishment corporatist politicians are so stuck in what used to be, they don't realize the times have changed.
Boy,
And
Right.
have they ever. Yes.
they can't win the same way they used to. Not anymore.
One of my friends
Well-
actually made a comment that I'm not going to be a good politician because I'm too fucking honest.
Well, yeah, yeah. I,
Okay, Talon, a politician has to have the ability to blow smoke out his ass.
yeah, really.
I
I mean-
couldn't do that in good conscience.
That's
that's
the
not-
problem. That's why you don't run for office, dear.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
would have a hard
perfect
time-
comment.
I would have a hard time lying like that as well, but I apparently have a damn good poker face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think
But
the difference.
I've mentioned before, I think I've described the game Secret Hitler that we play at game nights.
Oh
where
yeah,
it's like
yeah,
a
yeah.
hidden role game, and people do not trust me because they can't read me when I'm
Mhm.
playing the game.
Okay.
And if that's a benefit to being a politician, then sure, I could do it. But I'd be very plain spoken and straightforward when people would lob questions my way. I mean, even Bernie sometimes, well, I won't say he weasel words things, but he doesn't really give the most direct answer that I'd like. Like if
He
it's a yes no
sidesteps.
question, he will not necessarily give the yes no answer. Ultimately, you can find out what he means, but he doesn't just go, uh-huh.
Yeah, I
He
mean,
sidesteps
so-
it.
a case in point, I think maybe would be the what is your religious affiliation question that was asked,
Circular.
or something like. And his
Answer.
answer was, my belief is we're in it. We're all in it together. Didn't answer the question with a this or that, but he gave his answer, and from that, I've got a pretty darn good idea what he said. He's in my camp as far as I can tell. So yours as well, Kate. I mean, what the hell? But
My thing,
yes, dear.
I actually did have a question for Mother, and I'd like to pose it to you too. What would the president's mother be called if the president were to get elected for office and say he wasn't married to someone? I know there wouldn't be a first lady, but what would they call the president's mother?
The first matron. I mean, I'm not saying that officially. That's just where my brain goes first.
Yeah, I don't know if there ever was a title because we have had a bachelor president. As far as the guy was flaming gay, okay, he really
Which
was.
guy are we talking about?
James Buchanan, if I remember correctly.
I don't remember him at all.
Yeah, his homosexuality was an open secret in Washington.
Mm.
I mean, that's just putting it mildly.
Well, I'm
The,
looking at pictures of him right now, and I can totally see it just based on the way he's dressed.
Oh my! There we go. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for Oscar Wilde, there he is, man. Oh, boy, moi! But
I think "fop" is the first word that came to mind.
oh, yeah, I like it. I like it. Let me-
Dandy.
Yes, that's a name.
Ooh, a bit ducky, eh? Sorry.
Meh, meh.
Went kind of British with that one.
Let
You-
me
you
grab
need-
this.
Don't leave it, ducky love.
You said it might be the first matron?
That's my first thought. Yeah, like you've got the first lady is his wife. So the first matron would be his mother, is where my brain went. What I want to know is, let's suppose that Pete Buttigieg, that guy, ends up in office. What's his husband? Is he the first husband? Let's suppose, I don't know if Tulsi's married. Is she? What if she becomes president? Will she have a first husband or a first sir
I
or
bel
something?
I believe that was discussed when Hillary was running. I'm thinking that first gentleman may have been one of the
Mm.
popular monikers.
I guess that makes sense. First lady, first gentleman. I guess my brain was going to like orders of nobility when I think of lady, but I'm obviously we don't have that in the United States,
Hmm
figuratively or
hmm
literally. So, uh, yeah, it's funny.
Oh,
I was very. It was, I don't know, maybe less than a decade ago when I found out that a female knight is a dame,
Hmm.
and you know, when I think of dame, I think of Marilyn Monroe. You know what I
uh
mean?
huh.
So, yeah, all these different like titles, like sir for a knight, and now dame whatever for a knightess.
Dame Judy Dench.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And
Dame
so,
Julie Andrews.
it's just one of those things where it's like these titles we give people often seem a little on the contrived side, but then what isn't really?
Uh huh.
Mm.
Oh my. It's something I hadn't thought of in quite a while, though, until this came up.
Hmm.
The terms in use. Um,
I don't know. It's funny, like I, you know me. I try to be very. Well, I mean, obviously, I'm LGBT my own darn self, so being respectful to other LGBT folk is a high priority. But at the
okay.
same time, I have a very difficult time not calling him Pete Booty Judge.
Oh man, I have to say, unfortunately, that I don't know all that much about him, about what he did and how he did it, and that sort of thing.
He is
I mean, I
he
know
is
he
the
was mayor of what was it, South Bend.
Something like that.
but he's the first openly gay politician. Openly gay. He speaks openly of it.
Openly
Well,
He
gay
I know quite a
presidential
few openly gay
candidate.
yeah.
politicians, but I think I know where you're coming from. Yeah, national
Right.
stage. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
and be right back.
sure.
thing is, though, when you look at what he claims to stand for, he is very much a centrist, very much like a neoliberal blue dog type. He is not a progressive, which I find so weirdly ironic. You'd think that a progressive, an LGBT candidate, would have to be a progressive, but he's not.
Well, there are the log cabin conservatives,
Hmm.
so
The
you got
what?
that
The
whole thing
Wildcat
going.
Conservatives?
Log cabin. Basically, people you would think by their position should be progressive, but are instead Republicans.
Yeah, like gay Republicans, basically,
Yep.
What?
which is
That sounds
insanity. How can you even like that's just working against your own interests in almost every possible way.
Absolutely.
But
And
when I have dealt with people who claim to be conservative, and then when you question them about it, it's like, oh well, I'm a financial conservative. Uh, but of
Uh,
course, because I care so much about my own damn money, I am willing to dick over everybody on social issues, including myself, because money, 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 money.
yeah, I mean, it's always good to have some money because you use that to buy groceries. But
Mhm.
it's not the end all be all, guys. Really.
no.
Yeah.
Oh
And you
What's
know, I
my.
was
money?
watching this series. I'm trying to remember. I think it was Telltale who turned me on to it. I'm not sure about what it means to be a fascist and why the right wing is essentially moving towards fascism now.
Oh
And it was
yeah.
kind of an eye opener because understanding the conservative mindset requires such a radical paradigm shift where it was so far outside of my experience because you hear a lot of liberals, a lot of left wingers talking about equality and trying to even the scales of opportunity, or like treatment, like was it equality of opportunity, not necessarily of outcome, is the whole thing.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
apparently, in the conservative mindset, the way they see it is that there is a pecking order, and it is a destiny based pecking order where these people who are at the top are supposed to be at the top. And me, I'm supposed to be working class. That's my place in
Bullshit.
society. And
Bullshit.
well, that's
Hey,
the way they
honey.
think. That's the way they think. And they are all terrified of losing their position, of moving down a level.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just this wild. It was like 2 3 hours long, this series, but as it was being explained to me, I could see that in the people I had interacted with in the past who identify as conservatives, and it's crazy pants. It explains why they're always against people, why they always have to have someone to hate. You know,
Huh.
because like when being gay stopped being a thing that they could hate on after being black was a thing they could hate on. Now they're moving on to other queer folk, mostly trans people, all of that.
Yeah.
And it's just they always need to be punching down. There always needs to be an enemy to fight against that isn't us,
Mm-hmm.
They
because
always hate the
we are the
poor
chosen ones. That is their mindset. That's probably why so many of them are freaking religious.
or
And
hating the poor.
exactly. So, I mean, it's weird to think about, to try to empathize with that mentality, but I think if you can maybe start to appeal to them a little better, like when you have to make arguments against them, because a lot of arguments fall flat on conservatives simply because you are espousing a position that is so far outside of what they think is even possibly so, that the communication is completely lost.
Yeah, I get a little bit of it because I spent most of my life in the Cold War, but I don't yet know how to counter that sort of thing effectively. I mean, even um, appeals to a better educational system, for example, and getting rid of the creationism and actually teaching science, are framed in exceptionalist terms. You hear Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, we will lose or we have lost our preeminence in the world stage with technology and science and that sort of thing. Again, you have we've got to beat everybody else sort of thing. And I don't know if that's exactly the way to go about it, or I don't know, am I full of shit? And that is the way to go about it.
I mean, I do look at some of what we've lost as a country. I remember as a child feeling like, how lucky am I to have ended up, to have been born into the country that has things like Hollywood and NASA, and like being on the cutting edge of the computing industry, with the possible exception of Japan back in the 80s, all of that. And now I look around and I'm like, wow, what the frick happened?
Well,
You
yeah, I
know?
mean, I was just thinking that very, very recently. I mean, within hours or a couple days, when I was looking at a an article on it was Chinese postgrad students. Working on submersibles. That was it, and everything. And the first thing that came to my head was, God, 40 years ago, those kids would have been from the U.S. They would have been American, or were they not U.S. citizens? They would at least have been at Carnegie Mellon or some other U.S. college like that.
Well,
So I have to
I
admit that did hit my head.
I guess what I'm wondering is, were we ever actually the greatest country on earth, or was it all propaganda? Was it an illusion that we were fed? I don't know. Because it does seem to me, like I mentioned those other things like Hollywood and NASA and all of that stuff. It did seem like we were doing pretty freaking well. But I don't know if I was just too young to have things to
No,
compare it to, or if we didn't have the internet yet, so I didn't have as much access to info. I don't know.
Well, a
And it
lot of
weird.
people
I
were on the short end of the stick. I
I
mean,
don't think that's it. I think a lot of it has to do with um a lot of, as we've gotten older, we've lost our drive. The people who were driving us when we were young have passed away. And a lot of the people who have aged and grown up since then haven't replaced them because we've become um, ambivalent to the society around us.
I blame the 90s.
Okay, I'm with you. Hey,
I mean,
hey,
I don't know how many of you remember slacker culture and being
Mhm,
all like emo and
exactly.
shit. And I'm like, I hated the 90s so much, all of that apathy. I really did.
Mhm.
Um,
But that's
grunge and all of that.
and the problem is that parents from my generation have really they've just let their kids do whatever they want, and that's half the problem with our society with people killing each other. You know, part of the problem is the parents who raised those kids.
Mm, I don't
Not
know.
all of it, not all
kind
of it.
I
of.
don't know. I don't know. I
Well,
think a large part of the problem is just plain the economy has
that's
gotten
part of
us to a point where you can't count on a good job. Like there was this
Oh
study I
yeah,
saw
yeah.
where it showed like for the first time we're starting to have a decline of what you can expect in terms of income, in terms
Oh,
of
that's
prosperity, all of that. And it's just we will do worse than the generation before us.
well
That
that.
that is
Yeah, I was just about to say.
100%.
My memory serves me. Mine is the last generation in the U.S. that could expect to do better than their parents did.
right.
Mhm.
Well, that's
That's a
like
huge part of it.
Yeah,
the economy. They say, "Oh, the economy's going so well."
but
Um,
they're looking at the
they're
economy. They're not looking at the economy. They're looking at Wall Street, not Main Street.
right. I'm looking at my. I received the what is the word I'm looking for? Renewal policy for my homeowners insurance. It's jumping $400 from this year, starting in January. I'm having to pay $40 more a month per payment because the hurricane insurance went up $400. It went
Okay.
to $454 versus the $30 it was this year. And it's like, okay, what the hell is going on that one part of my insurance jumps $400?
400 parts per million.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
No,
And my actual coverage amount is not going up,
right, but because
just the
they are
cost.
expecting to pay out more because the storms are more severe and uh, more often. Let's put it that way. Then the
I don't
premium
know.
go up, and there
We
a
didn't.
lot of that blame has to be spread back over many generations. Mine
I
is
don't
not
know.
immune. The slimy bastards generation is not immune. I'm talking about climate change.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah.
Don't
Oh,
even
and
get
then
me
by the way,
started on that
apparently
one.
Trump did something stupid.
Hmm. What?
No, all I said was don't get me started on climate change. Go on.
Yeah, Trump is.
Oh,
I posted a link in the thing. Trump is done something really stupid. Trump basically
anti-Semitism.
went full on anti Semite.
You're
Did
brutal killers? Ah,
Hmm?
what? Let me see what this is.
uh,
Oh, Jesus.
So wait a minute.
so
Did he take an about face because he was all pro Israel this morning?
oh wow. Please tell me please tell me this is a parody site.
No!
Mm-mm.
Okay,
Uh,
because I'm seeing right here it says he painted Jewish people as money hungry and opportunistic. A lot of you are in the real estate business because I know you very well. You're brutal killers, not nice people at all, he said. But you have to vote for me. You have no choice. You're not going to vote for Pocahontas, I can tell you that. I assume that's Elizabeth Warren.
That's
that he's
Elizabeth
Yeah.
Warren. Yeah.
So,
God.
man, and I'm looking at the date here, and that's December 9th, 2019. I would have thought,
That was
because
yesterday.
I thought the whole Elizabeth Warren as a Native American thing was done by now.
It is.
No.
Except for him, basically.
Mm,
Um.
wow.
Okay, because he's flip flopping all over the place, unless he was trying to do damage control because he was all happy, happy, joy, joy, Israel just a few hours ago, really.
Well, I mean, as I understand it, he flips his opinions and positions based on who talked to him last.
And then of course he did the whole, even if you don't like me, some of you don't. Some of you I don't like at all, actually. And you're gonna be my biggest supporters because you'll be out of business in about 15 minutes if they get it.
Oh man, this is why we need this is why we need turnout. This is why we need a little bit of sanity somewhere. Hey, Purple,
Well, that's
how the heck are
thing.
you?
I mean, sorry, go on.
What? Oh, I was just saying hi to Purple.
Yeah, well, they are not going to get people out to vote unless the candidate is someone who inspires voters. And this is something that the DNC doesn't seem to understand. Is they figure, no, a centrist, everyone will coalesce around a centrist. But they tried that last time, and a lot of people either didn't go or voted third party. And they have to understand that you need someone who is a rabid and screaming firebrand that makes people want to vote for them. You can't count on default support. That's something they just don't get.
And this is why I could only gasp when Barack Obama came out with his statement of "Let's be careful to not go too far left."
Well, I mean, you look at him, like he has flat out said, if this was the 1980s, he would be a conservative, well,
He'd be a moderate Republican.
Republican, yeah. And it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like he promised, he ran on hope and change, and then look at what we got. We got more of the same.
Mm-hmm.
Would I be that sort of firebrand thing? Because you know how I get on the movie nights.
It's going to be a while before you could ever take a position in politics, honey. So.
Yeah.
Why? Is it because I'm too damn honest?
No, it's you're too. One of the problems is you're too damn young.
You have to be at least 35.
Well, to be president anyway.
25 for the House.
Mm-hmm. Well, you only got 2 more years for that.
Yeah, I was kind
I'd
of
still
pleasantly
be
surprised when
honest.
AOC took a House seat because was she our youngest representative, or was there younger than she?
Hmm.
She won at 29, right?
I don't remember.
Not sure.
Now, okay, is it just me, or are people aging later than they used to? Because she looks pretty young, and so
she does.
does Elsie Gabbard, and apparently so do I, for my age anyway. And so it just seems like because there are certain actors I look at and politicians where I'm like, you have always been old, haven't you? I've seen you at 25 and you look the same as you did at 50. You were just never a youngster, were you? And these days, it's almost the opposite. It's like you're just never getting old, are you?
Well, medical advances, and especially for the people who can afford plastic surgery.
Mm.
Now, there's one I've always wondered about. I mean, you've got the plastic surgery, but what about the wooden surgery, and what about the metal surgery? And well, never mind. I just don't do it as well as you do, Kate.
Yeah, well, you gotta have the right delivery. You know what I thought of it over here is the delivery.
Purple,
Actually, it's
orange,
funny,
purple.
I haven't. Where is it? I haven't used it as much, but I have a prop fake. Here it is. A prop fake cigar that I've used to sort of do the Groucho Marx
Oh
thing.
yeah, yeah.
You know. No substitution, exchanges, or refunds. You know, that kind of
Kate,
yeah. So that helps.
for you, there is no substitute, okay? I mean,
Well,
you are unique.
I am definitely unique. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Oh, my,
Hey,
oh, my.
Purple. That avatar looks like it was drawn by Paula Gia.
Yeah,
It
it was.
was.
It was a premium he offered for patronage on his channel.
I still want to call him Pelosia.
Buddy, come here.
He's a sweetie. He really is.
I've only met him the once, but yeah, he seemed like a nice fella.
I'm hoping. This is one of the reasons I'm hoping to get to Faithless Forum this time around.
excuse me.
Oh, by all means.
Ooh,
Whoa.
excuse me.
He comes down. Shannon comes down. I'd love to meet a whole bunch of other people.
Mm-hmm.
It would be
Oh, I'm so sorry.
wonderful,
Yeah.
wonderful, wonderful.
What's kind of funny sometimes, I mean, first of all, seeing what people look like off camera, because some people are way taller or way shorter than you ever would have expected based on how they look on camera. Some people use their animated avatars, and it's like, wow, that's what the voice behind that actually looks like. Okay. And then there's people who will hide their identities in other ways. Like I don't know if you know Prophet of Zod. You probably
Oh, yes,
should.
yes.
You know, and he's got the static thing going on. Man, does his actual face not match his voice in any way? Plus, he looks a lot shorter on camera. He is tall. Dude's a mountain, right?
Mhm.
Like it's interesting to see that kind of thing. Is to
Aaron Raw?
well, Aaron
No.
Ra is Aaron Ra.
Yeah, I mean, there's no. There is
I'm short.
Aaron Ra, there is Aaron Ra, and then there is Aaron Ra. But another
Yeah.
one, I forget his actual name, but Logic certainly
yeah.
does not look the way he sounds.
No,
I am.
I was
I'm
not
all-
expecting the huge chin pubes on him.
I am all of 5'3.5". I'm short.
Okay.
Well, if
Well,
she's.
well, if we're going to talk about that, I don't know if you know Christina Rad, aka
Oh, absolutely.
Gets her. She is minuscule. Oh my gosh!
Really?
Like, oh yeah, when she's up on the camera, she looks like this tall, leggy
Yes,
blonde.
yes.
You meet her, and she's an Oompa Loompa. She is short. Oh my gosh! No idea. I could pick her up and throw her for a pass.
Oh, my. Okay.
Yeah.
Here I'm thinking that she's, like 5'10" or some shit like that.
No, I'd be shocked if she's 5'3".
Wow. Okay, then. Yeah, because amazing lady, really. I'm thinking of the when
As long as we're
when
not
she
talking
appeared
about
on.
the weird,
Say again?
as long as we're not talking about the weird chakra lady.
Okay. No chakras. No,
know who that is.
when Christina appeared on Q&A, man, that was. I mean, it was amazing to me. She's sitting there. What am I doing here? And that was a kind of an honesty about her that I absolutely loved. Because she's not picturing herself as being on that stage. I think she was sharing the stage with Dawkins. That sort of thing. And I do not remember what it was that got her on stage there, but yeah, she flew down from Romania. And it's like, okay.
You know, okay, this is a bit of a sore spot for me, and you know it is, that I don't seem to get a lot of love from the rest of the atheist community.
Uh-huh.
You know, there's a lot of being snubbed from stuff. And Mr. Atheist recently did a thing where it's like, oh, there's this whole like women don't go into the YouTube atheism scene or even atheism in general and all of this stuff. And then he starts naming off people that he knows who have been in the YouTube atheist
Well,
scene.
let me guess.
He only mentions two of them. He mentions Jacqueline Glenn and he mentions Zomgets. And I'm like, look, I love Zomgets to death. Wonderful person, but she hasn't made a video. Like, she's made 3 videos in the last 5 years.
Mhm.
And Jacqueline Glenn talks about a lot of stuff that isn't YouTube atheism. Meanwhile, you've got someone who's been pumping out atheist content for more than a decade,
Yeah.
longer than either of those two ever.
I'm
And
with
guess
you.
who
I'm with you.
mentioned? I actually finally unsubbed from him for that shit. I'm like,
Good for you. Yeah. Well,
I didn't make a production out of it. I didn't say I'm gone or nothing because you don't need drama. But at the same time, I was just like, finally, fuck this guy. I'm sick of it.
well, in July, when Aaron and I were talking about various things, he brings up the Faithless Forum thing where there was a panel assembled, and why is Kate not there? And
Mhm.
it's like, yeah, you've got a point. She's ignored. I mean, that.
Mhm.
Please forgive me. That's the first time I had noticed really how ignored you are. And what is it? Are you considered abrasive? Are you considered controversial? That sort of
I
thing, or
don't know. I just know that it happens. I mean, maybe it's just they don't remember I exist or something. I mean, I actually asked, I'm like, what like dark smoke filled back room are you people in when you organize like collaborations and live streams and other events? There was a charity recently
yeah.
where they're like, oh, here's a bunch of atheist YouTubers who are going to try to shill for this charity. And I was like, um, guys,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and their excuse was, well, we have as many people as we need right now. I'm not
Well,
sure. Last I checked, they were falling short of their goal. Like there was one point where they're like, we just need another 500. And I'm like, well,
Yeah.
so I don't know. It has reached a breaking point with me where I'm done just swallowing it. So
Well, good
yeah,
for
well, Kate,
that.
you have described yourself as a firebrand, and I think that scares a lot of them because it's just I've actually heard that used as a polite insult, and a lot
other
of
people
people
use that
equating it
term.
to that the firebrand atheists are what caused the Atheist Plus debacle.
Um, and that's weird because I was so against atheism plus, like you wouldn't believe. I mean, because for those of you who don't know, maybe you weren't around for it. Atheism plus was this idea of atheists as atheists in the name of atheism, doing all kinds of things like charity work and stuff, activism, and all of these things that had nothing to do with atheism, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was
Mm-hmm.
against that because, like I've been arguing for many, many years, atheism is not a religion. It's not even necessarily a response to theism. It's just not having any God there. And by getting involved as atheists in the name of atheism and all of these things, you play right into the hands of the people who say that atheism is a religion.
Right,
That
because you're
Well,
promoting.
yeah.
exactly what they want so they can say, see, atheists are organized, they're just like us, and so they are hypocrites for arguing against religion. I was so against it for that reason. And if people are now like looking at me and saying this is why atheism plus happened and this is why it failed, I'm like, what, are you kidding me? I was on the other side over here.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand. Well, not I can understand. I saw how that's exactly what they were doing. Okay, religion is so successful at this. Why don't we give it a try? And then, as you say, plays right into their hands. Now, was there a better thing to do, or should they not have done anything at all? I cannot answer that. I really don't know.
I just think if you want to do charity work, you don't have
Do
to
it.
tie it to atheism. That's all.
Right. You don't have to be. It's like I don't do charity. I donate food when I have extra or stuff that, frankly, I don't want to eat.
Okay, so you're the reason that the wasabi is on the shelves at the food pantry, right?
I don't like wasabi, so yes, I would be one of the reasons it's on food pantry shelves. But the point is that if I have the spare to donate, then I donate. I don't give it to and say, oh well, this is the name in the name of this church or this religion or for this reason. It's just I donate, or
Yeah.
I donate clothes that don't fit anymore that are gently used. I mean, there doesn't have to be a reason to donate,
Well,
So
what I
and this is where
what I
This is
do
what Katie's
get,
saying.
yeah, what I do get is that a lot of the religionists will bring up, well, we're so involved in the charity because God directs us to do that and everything. And you might have some people saying, well, no, we can do it as atheists. And then maybe the atheism plus was their try at it. But was it that good an idea?
No, it was a
No, not
lousy
really.
idea. It was a
Ye-
terrible idea. And you know what? On something that Mom NATO here just said, if you're doing charity just because God wanted you to, where's the virtue in that?
Exactly.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
if it's kind of like the moral argument. If you're only not going out stealing and murdering because God told you not to, are you really a moral person?
No.
Really?
Oh,
Huh.
right. Well, how many have said, more than one, I believe, have said, if that is the only reason that you are not being a total shit, then you are a total shit, aren't you? Because that's
Mhm.
the
But it's
one thing.
like,
Somebody is
well,
tying you up such that you don't do these totally shit things.
right.
I
Well,
mean,
that's like our mom. Well, my mom, I should say, not our mom. My
hmm.
mom taught me when it comes to dealing with other people. You treat the other person like you want to be treated. If you don't want to be hit, you don't hit. You don't want to be yelled at, don't yell. You
Don't
don't
say it,
want.
Clarion. Don't say it.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
If you want to be treated nicely, then
Sorry.
treat somebody else with the same respect,
Oh, absolutely.
courtesy,
Yeah.
kindness. And if the only reason you're not treating somebody terribly is because the Bible says don't treat somebody terribly, well, then you're a terrible person.
But honey,
Because there's more to
Well,
it than just a book or, you know,
how often do you read in, especially in the Torah, how shitty the treatment was of those who were not the chosen people by the
Mhm,
chosen people. I think
exactly.
somebody has already said it, so I'll say it again. The Christians are doing exactly what they're being directed to do. You know, the far right Christians.
Yeah.
They're being the assholes they're being directed to be. So Ken Ham's
well,
got it right.
every time someone talks about how the only reason they're moral is because God says so, et cetera, I'm like, okay, I'll tell you what. For a couple of days, let's say a week, don't do what God has directed you to do and see what happens because other people will enforce it on you. If you're not going to act like a moral person, they're going to do it just to protect themselves,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And so you don't need God for justice. You don't need God's directives. You just need empathy. You know,
Mhm,
you just need a sense of what the consequences will be for
right.
failing to behave yourself. That's all you need.
Um,
No God required. And then whenever I get into like whether we have free will or if there's determinism, if we're in a deterministic universe and all of that, and you get the people who say, well, if we don't have free will, then why would we have a justice system? Why do we send people to jail? And I'm like, where is the broken part in your brain that says we would have a choice to make a justice system if we had no free will? Our creating a justice system would be just as predetermined as anything that we do that deserves justice because it's a deterministic universe. We wouldn't have any more choice in creating a justice system than we would in whatever we need it for. But they seem to think, oh, well, if you're doing the crime, but you're not like you can't be blamed for it because it's deterministic, we never invent a justice system. I'm like, you don't get it.
I know they
You
don't.
know, you're compartmentalizing where choice is and isn't, and it doesn't work that way.
the
It's so frustrating.
the human
I
species is at least 300,000 years old, if not getting toward a half a million by now. And religion is only, what, about 6,000, 10,000 years old? Well, how would we have got to that point where religion picked up had we not had some sort of empathy, some sort of moral compass, if you want to put it that way, some idea of how to treat other creatures well, we wouldn't have got to the point where a god
Yeah.
said you had to do it. Had we
Oh,
not
but it
been
was
doing it
written on your
ourselves.
heart. It was written on your heart by God.
I think part of the problem is a lot of churches take the God our Father rather literally, and they wind up treating everyone in the church as children who never grow up.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, I admit I'm a Toys R Us kid.
Okay.
I don't want to grow up. But anyway,
Well,
of course,
unfortunately,
I
that
actually
means
did
you're now
work
an
at
orphan
Toys R
again.
Us during the Christmas of the Tickle Me Elmo and the Talking Buzz Lightyear. Believe me, I don't ever want to work at Toys R Us again.
I'm trying to
Oh, God,
remember,
that
does
must have
Toys
been
R
a
Us even
nightmare.
exist anymore?
You know, it went
In a few
away,
places.
and then they just opened a new one quite recently.
Oh, they did. Okay.
Well, they had
okay.
survived in Canada all along, so they have to get back into the U.S. again.
Is that the chain that Lionel bought, or that bought Lionel, or whatever the hell that is, or was that somebody else?
I hadn't heard.
The toy train people, or the model train people. Anyway,
I remember Lionel trains.
I had one.
My Pap had the one with the metal tracks that had the little teardrop shaped knob that you turn left or right.
Yep.
You turn it left to reverse, right to go forward, and you'd see sparks as the train went over each track.
Sure did.
You know, it was funny. My parents thought that I loved trains, which I actually didn't. But the thing is that I loved Amtrak because they were sleek and shiny and silver and looked futuristic. And my parents, we used to ride Amtrak to go visit my grandparents in Connecticut. And my parents extrapolated from Kate likes Amtrak to Kate likes all trains. And I was like,
Oh, dear.
no, I just like
Okay.
the things that look like they belong in the frickin' Jetsons.
Oh man, yeah. I had. Are you familiar with 027 gauge? I believe
No.
that Lionel was the only company that had that gauge, and
Yep.
the train I
Okay.
had was an 027. It was larger than HO, but it was
Yep.
smaller than O. And
Yep.
unfortunately, I lost that train because when those two dropped me, they dropped everything. I never even got to go back to see any of the stuff I had as a kid.
Yeah,
Okay,
Diana,
have you
that was.
watched The Big Bang Theory? Because right now you're sounding just like Sheldon.
Uh-oh. It's
No,
been a
Okay,
long
actually, what you're
time.
talking about was
was
also known as the S
obsessed
gauge.
with trains, absolutely obsessed. And he talked about things like O gauge and all of this stuff, and which train series was better, and all of these things. It's like a big, huge plot point throughout
Well,
the series, and everything you just said, I'm flashing back to Sheldon Cooper.
I
yeah.
think the last time I saw Big Bang Theory was about 8 years ago,
Mm.
when I was
No,
visiting
I-
a friend of mine in 2012.
I'm
Well,
just tempted.
I haven't seen the last season. And I won't because it's got Shatner in it. But the rest of the series is pretty good.
Yes, Mr. Shatner with his speech impediment.
Freaking evil, evil man. But anyway, go on.
And then while you guys are going on, I hope you don't mind if I, take off.
Okay.
What I need, okay, if you guys out there are listening, I need an intern to bring me coffee, all right?
I tried to tell my cat to bring me hot
Take the
beverages,
soda
but
and
she
move it into
won't
your
do
room,
it.
damn it.
I'll be right back, kids.
Diana, I have yet to understand why you don't put the coffee maker by the computer.
I have to make some space. That's an idea that I have had, and I tried to do it once,
You
and I
got the
didn't
fish
have the.
tank behind you.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing.
I
Move
may
the
end up
fish
moving
tank.
that thing, and then yeah, it's. I mean, I want to get that thing set up one of these days, and that's the place I want it. But then the little one has been convincing me that I don't want it there, because the buzz at the ESEP picture is right above that, and she's been pawing at it, getting on top of the water box and pawing at the It's the famous one. He's by the seismometer and the whole bit.
Mm.
Um, what?
Last time I had a fish tank, I was actually keeping a mouse in it.
Oh.
Okay. Now
Yeah.
when I first moved in here, I had a couple angels, and unfortunately, they didn't outlast the move by very much. They were dead within a
Mm.
couple of weeks. They
Water
didn't they
shock.
Yeah, they didn't take it well at all, and this has been empty since then because I've been spending money on other things like the equipment
Right.
around. Oh my God, I've spent too much money on equipment here, but it's
Well,
you do need the stuff to get out there and do the things you're doing, so you end up spending the money, and it's a necessary thing, so you do it. What the hell? Be right back.
well, this tornado's
I
gonna
made
rope
a
out for. This tornado's gonna rope out since I'm gonna head off. So I've got things I want to do. So
Oh boy.
See you
y'all.
later,
Okay.
buddy.
You take care,
well,
sweetie.
We'll do.
I have
Okay, later,
a
tornado.
I have a video. I forget how old it is now. It might even be from last year of my dad and I going to SeaWorld. And I remember sitting like they have the orca tank, the big huge orca
Right.
tank. And then like you could go to where it's below water
Mhm.
level. There's these big huge windows and you just watch the orcas going by. And I found it so amazingly relaxing, right?
Yes.
And I was thinking how awesome it would be to have an aquarium like that of my own in my own house, when I'm a bajillionaire, whatever, to just
Yeah.
sort of sit and read while lazy aquatic things happen. And obviously, I can't afford that. But what I do have is virtual reality. And there
Uh-huh.
is a virtual reality program that I found. It's called like Ocean's Rift, where it's basically you decide, okay, I want sea turtles, I want dolphins, I want orcas, whatever, to
Mhm.
just sit there and relax with them swimming around you in VR. And it's actually really cool. And like they put in scuba sounds and little bubbles coming up in front of your face. And that was oddly soothing. You wouldn't think it. You'd think it'd be distracting, but actually the breathing sounds were kind of soothing, like that ASMR stuff or whatever. And
Hmm.
just sitting there watching sea life be sea life around you, I almost fell asleep. Might have if the VR goggles weren't so bulky.
Okay then.
And so I've been thinking about because right now my like my desktop wallpaper is like stars going by slowly, and I've been thinking about trying to find live desktop wallpaper that's actually more of an aquarium theme
Okay
Mhm.
then.
because it's
Um,
really relaxing. It
it's
is.
got to be out there. It really has to be. I mean,
Oh, it
everything
wouldn't
else
shock me.
is.
I've just not been like following through is all.
Um,
Mhm.
you talk about the wallpaper and the screensavers. If you remember those way back in the deep dark distant past, I miss the flying toasters.
No, I remember those. Oh my god,
My
I'd
God.
forgotten, but now that you remind me, yeah.
Yes, the flying toasters with wings.
And then you had the Ride of the Valkyrie playing in the background.
Mm.
Ba ba da ba 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 da ba
Okay, I
ba.
don't remember that part, but oh yeah, there I'm looking now. There is definitely aquarium live wallpaper. I may have to, yeah.
Oh
Although
man.
it looks like most of them are for Android though, and not PC. But
Oh.
I'm sure it exists.
Depends upon your OS.
Well,
Well,
she say Android. Yeah, Android is an OS rather than
Well,
a
no, I
yeah, but
mean
television.
it's phones.
Windows
I mean, I'm
yeah,
Oh,
Android
okay,
is
okay, okay.
phone. Yeah.
Um,
yeah, I'm looking for my PC here, and I see a few.
speaking of
Uh,
that
Although I'm
stuff,
hoping they're not just pictures. I'm hoping they're actual like live wallpaper
look
instead of just images.
for animated wallpaper
you've got
is
me
what you're going
thinking.
for.
I know I'm way out in the boonies as far as tech goes, but I wonder if they have animated wallpaper,
Mhm.
Linux.
Oh well.
They should.
I'm seeing references to it. How to set animated wallpaper background in Ubuntu 18.04. Wonder what else. I'm gonna have to look around and see what's out there. Fool around with it. Yay! But yeah,
What I always find interesting now is they finally figured out that orcas are not whales; they're dolphins.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, they are cetaceans, but they're not whales, right? Yeah.
Right. They're dolphins. They're a breed of dolphin,
Yep.
which is really interesting because they like to eat dolphins
Well, that's not
Okay.
uncommon in nature.
and seals and yeah.
There's a lot of things that eat things are pretty closely related to.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of, there was the paper, not the paper, the article that who was it that posted today on Twitter? Oh, Science Girl, about the hammerhead worms, and they are cannibals as well.
Hammerhead worm.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd never heard of
The
hammerhead
hell?
worms.
and they actually have a head shaped vaguely like that of a hammerhead shark, closer to a fluke, but yeah. Um, they're
Are they like a leech?
they are they're a type of flatworm.
Huh.
It's kind of wacky looking. I just looked it up and wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
they are related to planarians.
They
Um,
look alien.
yeah, they do,
Like
don't
they do
they?
not belong on Earth.
Um, they employ tetrodotoxin, which is really interesting. And they are yeah, they're quite primitive because they have only the single orifice. Their mouth is their arsehole.
Haha.
Well, you know, that describes a lot of politicians I
Yes,
could
it
name as
does,
well.
doesn't it?
They have a lot of different colors. That's what's neat.
Which does the
The hammerhead
hammerhead
worms.
worms? Yes, absolutely.
Wow. So many different colors.
But yeah, definitely do not dine on them.
Okay.
Toxic, are we?
Oh yeah, they have the same toxin that pufferfish have.
Oh
Um,
wow.
Yeah, and you know what happens if you don't prepare a pufferfish exactly right.
Yeah,
yeah.
you die.
Yeah,
Yeah, if you puncture the bladder.
yeah, that is what the tetrodotoxin is. I'm familiar with that stuff because it's a very useful tool in study of nerves and axons and that sort of thing. I encountered it as an undergrad. But such is the life on that one.
Okay, none of the pictures I'm pulling up have anything for scale. How big are these things?
The one that was pictured on the Twitter was mentioned it could be about a foot long.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking that this looked more like a small snake.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if they're all that size, but at least that one was. I gotta look and see what the thingy is. You know how the thingy is, right? What am I talking about?
I don't really want to be thinking about thingies, but go on.
Oh yeah, here's one laying next to a ruler. It's about 20 centimeters.
Okay then.
They're saying that they're invading France.
Oh no.
Did anyone else just get cone heads in their head?
Yeah.
We come
Actually,
from France.
actually, what hit my head immediately was the killer tomatoes eat France.
You know I watched Attack of the Killer Tomatoes once a long ass time ago, but all I remember was a scene of some people like running down a sidewalk and these tomatoes, clearly fake tomatoes, rolling
Yes,
after them.
yes, yes.
Everything I remember.
I I've got a copy of the film around here somewhere. I haven't watched it in ages. I should pull it out. Um,
Well, I went through a period quite recently, actually, of just getting my hands on old schlocky sci-fi, like Attack of the Flying Saucers and Them and all of those. I still don't have a copy of the original The Blob, though.
I've got one around here if I remember correctly. I could prepare it and send it to you if you want.
All right.
I'll
I have
I'll look
the
for it.
remake, the one from the 80s. I have that.
Yeah, I'm
But
reasonably sure that I have the original. I also have the remake, but
I also, actually, you know what else I don't have is the original Invaders from Mars. I only have the remake of that, too.
Invader Zim.
I don't
Well, I
have.
have that.
I have neither of those to tell you the truth. I do
But, you know,
have.
the 80s version of Invaders from Mars is pretty schlocky, but it's fun for being so.
Okay, then. Now I have both versions of Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
It has been a really long time since I've seen that.
Uh, my wife and I went to the drive-in to see it, the remake of the Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
I just remember at the end, Donald Sutherland.
Yes,
That's
yes.
everything I remember.
Yep.
Yeah.
I believe, if I remember correctly,
Oh,
Leonard
God.
Nimoy was in that one as well.
I think so. Wait a minute. Was what's her face that I really can't stand in it? She always looks like she's on the verge of tears. What the hell is her name? Veronica Cartwright, I think.
I don't remember. I'm going to find out. I am going
She
to
was also
find
an
out.
alien. Yes, there she is. Veronica Cartwright, Nancy Bowen, whatever the fuck that. I don't know how to pronounce that. Wow, Jeff Goldblum, really?
Oh,
And yeah,
really?
there's Leonard Nimoy. Yes. Wow, Kevin McCarthy, dude, I love Kevin McCarthy. He plays the best asshole. I don't know. Have you ever seen UHF? The Weird
Yes,
Al movie?
yes, yeah.
No.
He's the bad guy in that one, and he's the bad guy in Inner Space. And
Okay.
wow, he was in both Invasion of the Body Snatchers movies. My gosh. Oh, I love Kevin McCarthy. He is such well, he used to be. He's dead now, but
Well, at least
such a
it's
good jerk.
not The Living Dead.
What the George Romero films?
Mm-hmm.
Those were filmed in my
Night of the Living Dead.
Wasn't there Return of the Living Dead? Those were filmed in my neighborhood.
They were creepy ass fucking movies.
Because
My
I could
mom-
walk to Monroeville Mall if I really wanted to, and that was where yeah.
My mom took us to the drive-in when those movies came out to watch them. I had nightmares for weeks after seeing those movies. And they're
Wait a
rated R.
minute.
Back
You know, it's funny. There are certain movies that I think are misclassified by a lot of people. For example, Aliens. A lot of people
Right.
want to say that's an action movie. Fuck no.
That-
that's
No,
a
no,
horror-
no.
that's a horror
That is
movie.
an absolute horror movie. They're like, yeah, but it has guns, and I'm like, so?
So
It's basically Aliens is a zombie movie on another planet. Is basically what it is.
Oh yeah,
And-
Aliens
and
was so much a classic horror movie.
And a lot of
Especially
people
the first
don't
one,
want to
because
think
you-
though. No. That's the thing though, is a lot of the people who are saying Aliens is an action movie are comparing it to Alien, the first one. And I'm like, look, Alien is actually not a very good movie, and I will say why. Because A, it is really slow, and two, the characters have to be idiots to die.
Yes.
Yeah.
And three, again, Veronica Cartwright. God, I hate her so much. She looks seriously. She has never not looked like she's on the verge of tears. It's kind of like what's her face who was in The Shining. You know who I'm talking about? Shelley
Duvall.
Duvall. Thank you. I keep mixing her up with Shelley Winters because of the name Shelley,
Yeah.
but there's
Shelley
something
Duvall,
about those two like horse-faced women I can't stand. I can't help it. I don't like them.
Also played Olive Oil in the Popeye movie.
I forgot that. I remember the Popeye movie, and I remember rewatching it like a bunch of years ago and going, "This was a musical." I don't remember it being a musical the first time I
Yep.
saw it,
Yep.
but yeah, music. Wow.
She
Oh,
also used to play the host for a movie night. I can't remember the what was the name of that program where she would announce the movie of the night.
well, this is easily found. We have access to this thing. It's called the Internet, and we.
Wait,
Yes.
Let's see. What do you know when this was?
Back in probably the late 70s, early
Late
wait,
80s.
the
70s.
movie of the
IMDb.
You know, I'm not
Hold on.
seeing anything like that. I see she was in an episode of the revamp of the Twilight Zone, but
No.
I don't suppose it was Tall Tales and Legends or Fairy Tale Theater.
Fairy Tale Theater. That's the one.
Okay, because it says here she's an executive producer, but it doesn't list her as
Oh yeah,
like being in it.
she was the host essentially.
I'm not seeing it.
But yeah,
Well, you know what? Maybe is okay. Here we go. Self. Let me look at Self because it might be that she was credited as Self. Yes, there it is. Tall Tales and Legends, 1985 to 1986. She is herself slash host slash Clementine. I guess she was
mhm.
acting in an episode. But yeah, okay. Okay. But I really, there's something about her that just wigs me out. I don't like her.
She after Popeye, I don't remember her being in a lot of movies after that or a lot of programs either. She just
Um,
seemed to disappear.
I'm looking at what she was in, and most of it is stuff I've never ever heard of.
Mhm. It's kind of like they all fell flat and were flops.
Yeah. And almost all of them are secondary or even tertiary roles. Like I'm looking at
Mhm.
Roxanne, you know, the movie with Steve Martin, where it's basically a
Uh-huh.
send up of Cyrano de Bergerac.
mm,
Yeah,
Yeah,
I barely remembered her being in that. I think she was a
she was in
waitress
it.
now that I remember it. But yeah, because if I remember
Wow.
right, she was in that scene, that rather iconic scene where Steve Martin, like someone calls him Big Nose, and he goes, "Big Nose? Is that really the best you can do?" And he has to come up with like 31 different ways to insult his own nose. And then when he finishes, the guy who was trying to insult him is so humiliated, he like tries to beat up Steve Martin, and Steve Martin takes him down pretty hard. And then like he's standing there just sort of going, "Ugh," after he was hit, and Steve Martin walks over to Shelley Duvall and goes, "Has he fallen yet?" And she's like, "Just did," as he falls, you know, because he's just walking away all
Okay.
cool. I think that was her. I'd have to look it up. But
Huh.
now that
Okay.
you mention it, I hadn't remembered she was in it, but now that you mention it,
Wow.
yeah.
Gosh, I feel old.
what are you
It's funny,
talking about, old?
one thing that's been going on lately, and maybe I've mentioned this, maybe I haven't. You know how I used to have seizures? Well, they
Yeah,
came with memories, like feelings of deja vu, and
you've talked about that. Yeah.
a lot of them were related
Mhm.
to places and things like that. And so I've been looking for those places in Google Earth VR, and I've been asking my parents questions about some of these places that I remember to see if they remember where they were. And I'm starting to realize that my memory does not work the same way as other people's, because I
Mhm.
will bring up names and my parents would be like, "Wow, how do you remember these people that we used to know back in 1982 and haven't seen since?" I'm like, "You don't?" They're like, "Well, we forgot about them till you mentioned them." I'm like, "Okay," which on the one hand is shitty because they're not a good source of info to try to find these places I've been trying to find. But on the other hand, I'm like, my memory is apparently, I mean, do I have one of those eidetic memories? And if so, how is that possible? Because I can't remember where I put my socks yesterday, but apparently I can remember, you know, like if you need someone connected to Kevin Bacon, I can probably still do it. So I don't
Well,
know.
well, that's kind of like I wouldn't call it um, precognition, or what's the other term for future sense? Um, but I'll have dreams.
Clairvoyance?
Maybe, but it's not based on uh, seeing an actual outcome of something. It turns out more like deja vu. I can remember having dreamt about something like a year before it happens,
I've had
and
that experience.
I've done this since I was 13. And the issue with it that started it all was when my grandfather killed himself. My mom and I were in Missouri, and he was down here in Florida in the house I'm currently living in, and he shot himself on Father's Day. And my mom and I heard the gunshot. We heard it, but we were in Missouri. Explain that one to me.
I can't.
Well, wait a minute.
Because-
You're in Missouri. Maybe a lot of people were shooting guns.
Well, no, it was Father's Day. We did not have an air conditioner in the house. The house did not have central air. And my mom was laying down. We were being quiet playing cards, me, my brother, and my sister. We're sitting in the living room playing cards. My mom was laying down on the couch, and we were being quiet because my mom worked for the post office. So she was at work from 3:30 till noon, somewhere around there, you know. She'd come home really early in the afternoon, and then she'd lay down until it was time to cook dinner. So, and she worked on Sundays. So she was at home after working, and I heard this bang, and my mom sat up, and we looked at each other, and me and her were like, "What was that?" And Gina and Charles looked at me like we were crazy. And then the phone started to ring. I said, "Mom, don't answer that. That something bad's happened. Don't answer it." And it was the police calling. But ever since that point, I've had dreams where books that I'll read, and I don't read them for a year because they haven't come out yet. But I read a passage in the book and I go, "I've read this before, and I can tell you exactly what's going to happen next, and I haven't even read the book yet." Or conversations I have with somebody that I'm going to have in the future. And I'll be having the conversation, and it's like, I dreamed about this 6 months ago.
You've been hanging around Yogi Berra too much.
It's creepy.
Well, that's why I say, deja vu all over again,
Yeah, it doesn't happen as often as it used to, but it used to happen frequently when I was younger. And I don't know if I've just learned to tune it out and forget about it, because it never amounts to anything. It's nothing important that I dream about, which is really weird. It's all inconsequential things.
I've never really looked into that stuff in any detail, so I don't even know the current attempts at explanation of deja vu or anything like that. So, I mean, I'll simply say I can't explain it. I don't know.
It's really weird, because you would think that if you're having deja vu about something, they say it's the mind tricking you, that it's something similar to what you've experienced in the past, and it just seems familiar. But that doesn't explain how I can pick up a book that I just bought, get to a certain point in it, and go, "Oh, well, this is going to happen in 15 pages. And this is what this person's going to say, and this is what that person's going to say, and this is the outcome."
Yeah, I don't know about things with that much of a lead time. But one of the explanations for the brief sense of deja vu is that it's an error in the way your brain stores memories. So you're remembering it, storing the memory. So you're like remembering it twice in layers.
Okay.
Huh. But that doesn't explain knowing what's going to happen in a book that just came out.
Yeah, no, I don't know what to say on that one.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you either.
Well, I mean, there are some. It depends on how unique the book is, because there are definitely some storytelling tropes. Like there have been times I've been watching a movie or a TV show, and I'm like, I've seen this joke before. I know
Well,
exactly
yeah.
what's coming. You know?
Well, no, it's I can detail. I can say, okay, this person, this is the situation in the story. Okay, yes, that's a commonplace thing, but I can tell you what the person is going to say in the story during this particular set of circumstances. And it'll be word for word of what the person says in the book. And I've just bought the book, and it wasn't something that was previewed.
Now, I could see that if it's like by an author that you've read several of their books.
Oh God, I've read a ton of her books.
Well, then you might just be used to the way the author phrases things, so you can kind of project ahead what the characters will say.
Maybe, but I don't know. It's just weird. It's one of those feelings of, huh, I don't want to keep doing this.
Hmm.
Now, if only I could do it with lottery numbers so I could win the lottery.
Yeah, maybe
That
you
would
don't
be the
want to
way.
do that. I don't know if you've ever seen Lost, but that didn't turn out so well for one guy.
No, I've never seen the program Lost.
It's not.
Never
And
interested.
I watched it once through, and I understand why everyone hated the ending. I did too. And it
I
meanders a lot. It does not really give you any answers of what the hell's going on. And there's one thing about it that's been bugging me for a while that also, now that I think about it, bugs me a little bit about Gilligan's Island, is given how long these people were trapped on an island, why don't the guys all have big bushy Santa beards?
Yeah, really.
What are
Yeah, I
they
mean,
shaving?
at the very least, they should look like a desert file by now, you know?
Well, maybe they sharpened a seashell
Maybe.
into a
I don't
razor.
know, but for some reason they've all agreed to do it.
Hmm.
You know, I mean, there wasn't one guy who said, "Nah, screw this. I'm gonna look like a mountain man because it's too much trouble otherwise."
Right. Well, I saw bits and pieces of the show, but it never made any sense to me.
Well, it never does make any sense. That's the problem. You can watch it all the way through, and at no point do you get the answers for what the hell's going on. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, it started off really interesting, but I kind of lost interest in it halfway through the first season
Lost
because,
interest.
yeah, well,
Right.
it just became clear that they weren't ever going to give any answers.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I mean, it would have been a very interesting thing to get answered if there was actually something behind it, where you eventually find out that there's some sort of a conspiracy or a government, like a hidden experiment with the supernatural or something. But it just seems like, oh yeah, something mysterious happened and it happened to somebody, and then it's going to happen again at some point, we're sure. But it is like you're just completely left twisting in the wind without any answers. And that's actually something I really hate in filmmaking, especially when it's like, oh, yeah, I know, I didn't really finish the movie because I want the audience to draw their own conclusion about what happened. I'm like, screw you. I'm not here to write my own story. You tell me how it ends. If I
Right.
wanted a different ending, I'll make it up in my head. But
Hmm.
I want to know what you, the creator, the writer, thought would happen.
Right. I mean, if you're gonna go through the um uh oh, what's the word? The process of creation of this thing, then don't just leave everybody hanging.
Yeah. You have a responsibility as an artist to keep people entertained.
Yep.
Of course, I know that
Yeah.
there are some like writers and directors out there who take a perverse delight in fucking with the audience. You know,
Hmm.
where basically the ending of something is a gigantic middle finger. And
Yeah.
it's like, you know, you have no business making movies. You just don't. And
Yeah.
it's just
Well,
the
that's
number of
like
times I've watched a movie and when it was over, I felt so cheated.
cheated.
Either the trailer made it look like something it wasn't, like the style was going to be completely different,
Yeah.
or just they left so much hanging, so few answers, or even worse, like the part of the plot I find most interesting turns out to be secondary or tertiary to what they're really trying to say. I'm like, but I want to see more of that.
Now that's just that. Let's like Marvel Endgame, Avengers Endgame.
I didn't see it.
Um, well, I saw the first part of the last movie where they kill off Loki. Okay,
Okay.
this is the god who the trickster god who's always getting out of
Oh,
situations where he's supposed to die, right? He likes
okay.
to fake his own death. And they kill him off and everybody's just like, no, no, this can't happen. So it pissed off a lot of people because you're killing off somebody who is constantly getting out of situations like what they just showed. What? Okay, so why wouldn't he have gotten out of it?
Well, honestly, I could see that. Oh, by the way, we are getting so much echo off of you, Mom NATO, by the way.
I'm not
Yeah,
surprised. It happens. Hold on.
All right, but I mean, I can totally see a character who's basically like crying wolf constantly, finally getting their comeuppance in that way, where it's like, yeah, I've been, faking my death for so long, and now, oops, this time it's real. I can see that if it was played for irony, but if they just killed the guy off to kill him off, then yeah, that would suck. Um, Thing is though is like I burned out so hard on superhero movies. They just oversaturated me like you wouldn't believe. So it got to a point where you cannot watch one Marvel movie without watching all of them or you're going to be lost. So,
yeah,
you
that's
know,
yeah. One of the things I
Yeah.
hate is when you come across a series like that where you cannot drop into the middle of it and get anything out of it. As you say, you start at the beginning and go
well,
all the way
no,
to
no, no,
the
no,
end.
no, no,
Or
no, 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 no,
no,
no, no. It's not even that. It's not even that. The problem with the Marvel movies is that they have spin-offs out the ass. So it's like if you didn't watch Spider-Man 2 and Captain America 4 and X-Men 1, you won't understand Avengers. That kind of thing. Or it's like you
okay,
have to
okay.
watch every peripheral series to understand the main
Yeah.
storyline. It's one of the reasons I was so lost watching something like Guardians of the Galaxy, is because I didn't know it was part of the Marvel Universe, not a clue. And so when I went to go see it, I thought, oh, hey, cool new space opera movie. It's kind of Star Warsy in a way. I will enjoy this. And then all of a sudden, they're throwing all these bad guys at me that I've never heard of with no backstory, no explanation. I'm like, who the frick is this Thanos guy? And I just it fell flat for me because I didn't get it because I wasn't like saturated with all of the Marvel stuff. So
Okay.
how do you get
Yep.
into something like that without dropping literally hundreds of dollars in movie tickets to stay current?
Well, there. Okay, that's what came to my mind as you were talking about this. Is that their way of maintaining a profit margin? And they link together these disparate films where they're forcing you to see things that look unrelated, and then all of a sudden you're, oh my, I have to see that, so to understand what happened here. So you see that old one, now you see the new one again. Um,
I mean,
if that's what
it
they're
wouldn't.
doing, then I won't see any of them.
Yeah, I
This
think you're
this
right,
was kind
Diane.
of
I
my
think that is
mindset.
part of their marketing strategy.
I'm only going to watch Deadpool if I watch any Marvel movies. That's all there is to it. Deadpool only. And if I'm going to watch any other superhero movies, it will be The Incredibles, and that's it.
Okay, is
Yeah.
that any better?
Oh,
Well, we'll
mini
have to see
much.
first to find out because it was only us that were echoing, and it sounds like we're not. So,
Okay, well, I turned down the microphone level.
Yeah,
okay.
whatever you did, it did reduce it.
Yeah,
Not
there's a
now. I'm
little
hearing
bit
orange
going on,
again.
but it's not totally
Okay,
annoying.
here's what you do. Don't just turn down your microphone level. Also turn down your speakers.
That's probably. Let me see if I can remember how I got there just now. That's the fun part.
But
If you're in Windows, in your toolbar, there should be a little speaker icon on the side there.
Oh yeah, no, it's
maybe
a
you
matter
just have a knob
of
or a volume down button on the speakers.
yeah. I
themselves.
have to figure out.
Yeah,
Which,
and then if you're in the Windows, try to remember to not do that, like on the sixth floor or something like that, in case you
level.
tip.
There we are.
I know, I know.
I maintain that they call it Windows because I can see all my files, but I can't get to any of them.
Oh my. I remember seeing Windows 1 at the there were actually computer stores at the time, where you went and,
All right,
like
how's that?
Computer Land, and okay, not too bad, not too bad. But I
Still
remember
hearing echo though.
I remember looking at the Windows version 1 and I was like, okay, this is a piece of crap. It's never going to go anywhere. It's never going to be worth anything. And you know something? I was right. Anyway.
Still echoing now?
I don't actually remember what Windows 1 looked like at all.
It was a really clunky 8-bit where you use the special characters to build the boxes and everything else like that. And it obviously ran on top of DOS. They didn't try to make it look like anything that stood alone until Windows 3. And even then, it was obvious that Windows 3 ran on top of DOS.
Gosh, I'm looking at pictures right now on image search, and yeah, egad.
Very, very clunky. And didn't work well at all.
Kind of like you with Linux, I resisted moving away from DOS as long as I possibly could. I liked my command line.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I managed to avoid using Windows until the mid-90s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay, any echoes now?
Well, let's see. Is there? Barely.
Yeah, barely. It's not annoying
better.
the way it was. No,
Well, I can't turn it down too much more. It's down at like 39%.
Do you have headphones? Because headphones would help.
I am using headphones. That's the weird thing.
Wow.
Oh.
Okay,
yeah, that is weird. You usually don't get that with headphones.
Wow. I'm trying to think how else that might happen then. Why you might get echo.
Do you have the YouTube tab open?
Yeah, but it's not in this window.
Well, it won't matter which window it's in.
No, if it's in another window, make sure it's muted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It is.
Okay.
Well, and anyway, that probably wouldn't matter very much because, as I understand it, we have a double wide buttload of lag at the moment. So, like what we say doesn't show up on the page, like on the actual video for, well, I don't know how long, but several seconds at least.
Okay. Well,
I've been catching that with looking at the side chat, that what they're responding to is a good distance behind us.
At least it isn't at the point. Oh God, I remember one, and I believe Zoom was involved in this. The latency was 6 minutes. I counted.
Oh.
It was one of our shows, honey, Purple. That we ended the show, and then I checked the clock. And I watched, and I waited, and I watched it. 6 minutes later, it disappeared from the YouTube. I was like, Jesus Christ.
That was the first night I was on, I think.
Okay, it might well be, yeah.
Well, we had the 10-hour after show.
Okay, I'm going to be right back. I have a hungry kitty to feed.
Aw.
We'll be right back after this message. Oh my! I'm trying to remember where I was going, and I lost it, and that's no big deal.
Ow! Ouch!
Oh my! Oh my! Oh my!
Ow! 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 Ow!
Do not damage
I got
yourself.
a flu shot. No, I got a flu shot yesterday too.
You waited until now?
No, they gave me the flu shot at the doctor's office.
Oh, okay. No, I'm just giving you a hard time because I had mine in September.
Well, I don't they offered. It was like, do you want a flu shot while you're here? It's like, oh, sure. Okay.
Yeah, I've missed only one in the last dozen years or so.
Well, this is the first one I've had in 7 years. So.
Okay. because I was picking up prescriptions, and they said, "Hey, do you want a flu shot?" And I said, "Yeah, why not?" Otherwise, I was going to get one when I visited my physician in a couple of weeks, from there. But they said, "Hey, and I had forgotten that they gave them away for free. So I was like, "Yeah,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh my god.
punch me up."
I forget the last injection I had. I think it might have been an MMR, but I suppose it could have been a flu shot. I forget. But for the next 3 freaking days, it felt like I'd been punched in the arm by the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah.
It's like,
Okay.
what horse just mule kicked me?
Yeah.
It's seriously, ow.
Yeah,
Um,
it's sore. I've got a knot where the shot was.
did you have to get a vaccine series when you went to college, Kate?
I don't recall that.
I did, because I could not prove that I had had measles and mumps. When I had measles and when I had the vaccines weren't developed yet, so there was no way I was going to be able to prove that I had the vaccines. But yeah, they here I am, 35 years old. I had this shit when I was 7 years old or 5 years old or whatever it was. We don't believe you. You have to get vaccinated. It's like, okay, fine.
Have you heard of this crap that's going on right now where anti-vaxxers don't want to be called anti-vaxxers anymore? They want to be called like risk aware or some shit?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I want to punch them. I really do. If they don't want to be called anti-vaxxers, I'm
Then get
fine with
vaccinated.
that. I'll call them morons. I will call them
You're
dangerous.
really
I will.
serious.
Okay, we are getting weapons grade echo right now off you on
Yeah.
weapons grade.
All right, let me mute for now.
Frustrated Atheist was saying in the side chat that if you're using a headset, mute the mic on the headset and use a different mic.
I don't have a different mic.
Okay.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Oh yeah, I can see why that might be a problem. It could be picking up whatever's coming through the earphones.
I've heard of that happening elsewhere.
If the microphone's flexible, try moving it as far away from the headset as you possibly can.
It's not flexible. It's a boom mic that goes up and down, but it doesn't have any give to it. It's solid plastic.
Okay, try tipping it down toward your chin more.
Okay, well, that's what I did, but I don't know if it's going to help any.
Okay, well, let's see. Right now, I can definitely hear me still.
I can hear you twice. Yes, I can hear me as well. So okay. No, I can still hear me. Whatever it is, it's definitely being a pain.
Well, that's the thing is the mic was muted, so you shouldn't be hearing
That's
yourself.
I heard the little psst or whatever that is when you muted the mic. So and I'm still hearing this. What's the heck? But
Yeah, that is really odd.
yeah.
But and I'm assuming you're muted now because I'm not seeing your little like I'm speaking icon going up and down the way it looked where it looks like Kit from Knight Rider. But yeah.
Oh boy, shit.
I have that whole series on disc, and I should probably actually watch it all the way through at some point. I hate to say it, have you ever had that experience where there's something you absolutely adored as a kid, and you watch it now, and you're like, oh my gosh.
Many times.
Yes.
Many times.
Yeah.
I borrowed the original Transformers on a disc set from a friend of mine, and it was a much better memory than it was a TV show.
Yeah.
Although I have to say because I have it too right now. In fact, it's right the heck here.
I'm going to go
Okay.
because my program is coming on. I'm going to go watch The Curse of Oak Island.
Call me back,
treasure hunting.
Agnes. My stories are coming on.
Yeah, see you later, guys.
Wow.
Take care, sweetness.
Have fun.
Thanks
Bye-bye.
for coming by. Seriously.
Yep.
Thank you.
I actually have the movie The Transformers, the animated series.
Okay, the animated
it is-
movie was good for the series. The live action
Yeah.
ones I hate.
Although
Um,
Bumblebee is good because it doesn't have Michael Bay involved.
yes.
I
All right,
didn't know
see ya.
Michael Bay hadn't been involved in that. Okay, then I'll watch it.
Michael Bay is involved in everything else, but Bumblebee watches like imagine E.T., but instead of E.T., it's a transformer.
Yeah.
And it has so many callbacks to the 80s. It is such a brilliant movie. I remember the way I saw it, I was on an airplane and they had that big menu of shit you can watch, and I figured, oh, what the hell, right? And I started watching it. I was like, why didn't anyone tell me this was so good? Oh my gosh, why didn't anyone tell me? I
Oh
could have seen it in
my.
the theater. Because seriously, I was nearly in tears watching it. It felt like someone had made a movie just for me. It
Okay,
really did.
then. Now you talk about the stuff you loved as a kid, and then you go back and you watch it again. With me, it's the Jerry and Sylvia Anderson stuff. I
I have no
love.
idea what that is. Oh wait,
Uh,
Jerry Anderson. Oh, with the marionettes.
yes, like the Thunderbirds and Fireball
Mhm.
XL5.
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah.
love that stuff as a 5 and 6 year old. I went back to watch it a few years ago, and it's okay. I get why it's so geared toward the child's attention span and mentality, et cetera, that it's lost. You know, it doesn't capture my attention anymore. But yeah, it's all
Okay,
of that stuff. I loved it, and now I just can't sit through it.
I got one for you. Land of the Lost.
Oh my, I know that one.
Oh
I
yeah.
did not remember how friggin' cheesy that was. The bad blue screen work and all of that. Oh my gosh. But I remember not just liking it as a kid, but being so creeped out by it. The slee stacks were
Yeah.
terrifying when I was little. Watching them now, I'm like, oh my gosh, really? Uh and there's another one. I used to watch Nickelodeon a lot.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I was in what, junior high, maybe even elementary school, watching Nickelodeon, and they had this one anime before anime was a thing, before like there was a fandom, called oh geez, what's it called? The Lost or the Mysterious Cities of Gold. That's what it
I
is.
don't know that one.
It's about this kid where like his name is Esteban, and he's gone over to like South America with a bunch of like explorers or something, and he's looking for his family, and he meets this young Inca girl and this other kid, and he gets involved in this whole weird thing with the like the pyramids they have down there and all the natives and stuff. And what I remember is him and his friends flying around in this solar powered golden eagle or condor or something. And there were these weird bald headed, pointy eared aliens or something. And it turns out that that's like the last 16th of the show. The stuff I remember. Most of it is just them exploring South America in the most realistic way ever without any of the weird magic or the aliens or anything. And then it takes this weird, hard turn, like at the very end of the show. But I guess Nickelodeon only showed the bits with the giant condor thing and the aliens because that's all I remember about the show.
Okay then.
It was really strange. I mean, just the experience of discovering that anime was anime. I remember when I was younger watching a bunch of shows where I was going, why do all these shows look the same? Because anime characters have a very distinctive look.
Yes.
And I noticed that unlike a lot of TV shows, they didn't bother to lip sync. It was always just open, close, open, close, open, close on the mouths. And I was like, why do they do that? I don't get it. And it wasn't until much later that I realized, oh, they're all Japanese, these ones that look all the same and do the no lip sync thing. And then I discovered an anime club in college, and I was like, oh, huh. But then the only way you could get anime was if people like the obscure stuff, the stuff that hadn't made it to the US, was other people would subtitle it themselves and then make VHS copies and distribute them. Right? It was very
Okay.
underground. It was very indie. It was like, oh, if you're into anime, it's a special thing. And then Hollywood found out about it. and realized we can market this. But because in the US, animation is for kids, all we ever got was like Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon. Right? For the longest time, the really good stuff, like, say, oh, I don't know, Akira, was ignored. And
Yeah.
and so for a long time, you just had people running around with cat ears shouting kawaii and all this stuff. And I was like, oh my gosh, I do not want to be associated with any of you people. I loved anime because it was awesome. And you guys are just doing the stereotypical stuff, the pop culture part of it. You're not getting into it the way that I did when I was in the anime club, the way my friends did, all of that stuff. And it just turned me off from the scene big time.
I knew about
But
Speed Racer. I knew about Astro Boy. But when I started discovering the stuff that came much later, Inuyasha, I fell in love with Inuyasha, and it's like, okay, I didn't even know this shit existed. I mean, yeah, I know Inuyasha or SBS Yamamoto or any of that stuff. That was much later than Astro Boy, but still,
yeah,
I didn't know that it was there until it had been out for a while, and it was, hey, this shit's good. So it's too.
Well, I remember watching Yamamoto and Voltron way back, and I never really got into the anime, but I got exposed to like Sailor Moon and Inuyasha because I was raising kids then.
Okay, now I've never seen Sailor Moon. That's the thing. Maybe I'm lucky, maybe I'm not. I don't know.
I guess like, okay, there's this one out there that I really enjoyed when I first saw it. Its actual name is Furikuri, but the United States decided, oh, that means Fooly Cooly, and we're going to start calling it that. I'm like, no, that is not.
Oh, no.
Furikuri. If you're going to do anything, it's Furikuri, not Fooly Cooly. What the fuck's wrong with you people? But I don't know. I actually liked Ranma 1/2, which is what Rumiko Takahashi did before Inuyasha, mostly because I had a crush on one of the characters. And for some reason, I'm totally blanking on her name. She's the one with the giant spatula. Yeah.
Hey, this sounds interesting already.
well, I mean, that's the thing about Ranma 1/2 is it was always someone either falls in love with Akane, or someone falls in love with boy Ranma, or someone falls in love with girl Ranma, and now there's this big martial arts competition, but it's never just martial arts. It's always like, oh, now it's the art of martial arts sushi making, or it's the art of martial arts fashion, or something like that. So you have to kick someone's ass while styling their hair kind of thing. It got really stupid after a while, but I actually really enjoyed it for some reason. I'm not sure why, but yeah. And then I got the comics, the manga, and by the way, it's manga, not manga. Get that one right, people.
All right.
The manga of Inuyasha before I ever saw the anime, and so yeah. Well, anyway, I'm just saying. God, why can I not remember? Ukyo, that was it. Ukyo Kuonji. That was the name of the girl with the spatula. And I just totally thought she was hot. But that's just me.
You definitely are you. Wouldn't have it any other way. Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Let me see. I'm trying to find that picture of her that I loved. There's like this one Christmas episode they did where she was wearing this like awesome turtleneck, and it was just freaking hot. I'm trying to find it. But yeah, the premise of the show really was that there's this training ground in China called Jusenkyo. And it's full of all these pools of water where someone drowned in it at some point. And now whoever falls into the pool turns into whatever drowned there. And now whenever they're splashed with cold water, they turn into that, and hot water will turn them back into their normal self. Now, Ranma falls into the pool of drowned girl. And so now he turns into a girl every time he's hit with cold water.
Hey.
Ryoga fell into the pool of drowned pig, and so now he always turns into a pig. Ranma's father fell into the pool of drowned panda, so now he always turns into a panda. And there's like this one character, I'm trying to remember his name, but he fell into multiple pools at once, and so he turns into this funky hybrid of like a bull rabbit, like bird thing. It was creepy.
How do you
But
fall into
yeah,
multiple pools at once? One arm goes in this one, and your leg
well, no,
goes
I
in
mean,
another one, and
like he fell into more than one.
oh,
You know,
okay.
like
No, because
like
what I'm thinking is that it would have had to have been simultaneously, but no, it could be sequentially. Okay, gotcha,
yeah.
gotcha.
He fell into a whole bunch of them, and then it did not go well for him, to say the least.
Okay.
Which I think his name. Well, okay, some of the names for the characters were really fucked up because there was like Moose and Shampoo, and I think he might have been Pantyhose. I'm not sure was the name of that character. Um,
Okay.
yeah, it's kind of screwed up, and I did
Yeah.
find that picture of Ukyo that I think is super super freaking hot. So yeah, there, right there, that's her. Yeah, Hamina. I'm just saying. Um, but anyway, so that's what I watched from Rumika Takahashi before Inuyasha was a thing.
Okay then.
Yeah.
I found that I liked the storyline. I mean, when you did see the storyline, I know they went in various directions from the main storyline, but even the diversions I rather liked. Gave me an idea of what went on in some folks' head anyway.
That's part of why I didn't get into any of the anime much, is I was never able to really follow one series very well. And, they're really written like soap operas, so that if you don't follow them continuously, you quickly lose track of what's going on.
Oh, and well, yeah.
The only one that I really got to follow on a regular basis was the Macross Saga.
Okay, now I mean Inuyasha. I'm thinking back over it, and I could see where you could get something out of individual episodes because there were enough of the diversions from the main storyline that you could get into that sort of thing. I mean, the main storyline was the Shikon jewel, that broke into millions of shards, and they were collecting
Yep.
them. But there were other things going on that were quite interesting, and
I remember seeing that Cities of Gold, and you were saying about aliens and that at the end. I think I never saw the end part of it. Because
Yeah.
all I remember of them is, them being like chased around by these weird band of pirates.
Yeah, well, I mean, I had never really seen this in order because Nickelodeon didn't seem to show it in order. But yeah, there was a lot of that. It's just that's not the bit I remember. And I watched it. There's like 6 DVDs in here, and it goes on and on and on. And it wasn't until really, really late, like last disc or something, that they finally meet these weird. Let me see if I can find a picture of them. Cities of Gold.
Yeah, I'm just guessing. I probably never saw the last season of it.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a lot of shows like that it's like I saw them halfway through and I never saw how they ended.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a picture of those weird baldy-headed aliens because there's not a lot of it on image search apparently.
Well,
Oh,
yeah, if it was a small percentage of the series, it's going to be hard to find.
yeah. I'm going to have to rewatch it at some point. I mean, one of the things that I do a lot, like I'm working on that animated project and I like having background noise, just, a TV show or something on. And I suppose I could do this with it. Someone actually just recently sent me the box set of The King of Queens, which is actually a pretty decent sitcom. I knew the only thing I knew about it when I started watching it was that Patton Oswalt's in it, and Patton Oswalt's awesome. That was the entire basis of its appeal. And he's only a minor character, but it's actually a really fun show. So when I'm done with that, maybe
I'm not
I'll go with
connecting the actor, which
Patton Oswalt. He's the one who came up with the whole sky cake thing. Oh, sky cake. Why are you so delicious? That one? No? Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. I'd have to
Um,
look him up and see what characters he played.
well, I mostly know his stand-up stuff. Oh, did you ever see Ratatouille, the Pixar movie
Yeah.
Ratatouille? Okay,
Yeah.
because he was the main character in that. Granted, he
Oh,
looked
okay.
like a rat, but it was his voice.
Okay. Yeah. Now
Um,
I got the voice.
yeah, seriously, look up his stand-up stuff. Really good. Really, really good. Um, oh, okay. I'm finding some pictures of the baldy-headed aliens now. Let me do
Well,
some
see, and I'm
screen sharing.
not very good at facial recognition, but voices I'll recognize.
Hmm.
And
I'm
when you
pretty
watch
sure there's-
animated stuff, that makes for some pretty bizarre associations.
Okay, so this is like what the baldy-headed aliens look like in Mysterious Cities of Gold.
Yeah, I
There's
don't
another
remember
one.
ever seeing those guys.
Yeah, that's really all I remember besides the major characters is those weird alien-looking
Oh
dudes.
my, that looks like the Hanna-Barbera quality of animation, the drawing. You know, the old
Well, I mean,
the old Space Ghost stuff and everything else like that. That style.
Yeah, I can see where you're getting that vibe from it.
yeah. And I mean, I'm pretty sure it was made at a similar time-ish, maybe, but I just know that's the part of the show I remember, and it's so little of it.
Okay, then it just went.
Did I close the chat window? Oh no, there it is. Okay. I thought I'd closed the chat window.
Yeah, like I said, I remember the Pirates just seemed to be completely bumbling incompetence, almost to the level of slapstick.
Yeah, well, I mean, they had a lot of that in here. There were also there were those two guys who were sort of the comic relief dudes, and like one of them quite literally looked like he was a monkey.
Okay.
Yeah,
Like he had a very simian look to his face. I'm trying to find a picture of him. I just saw it, sort of near the top of the search window. But yeah. Ah, there's a picture of him. It's a very small picture of him, but it's a picture of him nonetheless. Let me get okay, copy image, paste, and present now a window and share. There we go. So it's the guy on the right. You can sort of see how he's got a very kind of
Yeah,
chimpanzee
yeah.
look to him.
yeah.
Yeah.
That whole bulbous mouth area framed.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's what does it?
I actually do not remember the character's name. I just know that the guy with the sort of blue cape next to them, that's Mendoza. That's all I remember. Yeah.
Reminds me of the Mendoza line. Yeah, if you're batting under 100, you haven't crossed the Mendoza line yet.
I don't even know what that means.
It's somebody in baseball who had a career batting average of something under 100 that was largely responsible for his career not going anywhere.
Okay, so I found some more images of those weird baldy-headed alien dudes.
Oh my, okay. Oh.
And I mean, I found these guys extraordinarily creepy.
You want to talk about the weird stuff? Something that just came to my mind, and I'm going to have to go digging for the rest of the rest of the series. I have the first series, but not the following. It's, Samurai Jack.
Oh, I love Samurai
Heard of
Jack.
it, never seen it.
And when you're talking about the weird characters and everything, Aku came to my mind. Very kind of hellish, but Yeah, and the really good thing about the one thing I liked about Samurai Jack, no dialogue.
Really?
It was all silent with the the soundtrack behind it.
Hmm.
Um, it's annoying in a way because in order to be taking it in, you've got to be sitting there watching it, so you can't multitask. But when
Right.
you're sitting there watching, it's to me anyway. The whole presentation is I like it so much that it's it's effective, and I like it for that reason. But
I don't
Wait,
know. I'm
you're
looking at the
saying no dialogue
minimalist.
so,
makes
I'm
me
looking.
wonder if we're even talking about the same thing.
I'm looking at the minimalist art style, and I really don't like it.
um, the one where the main character is transported into the future and he's trying to
Yeah.
find. Wait, was there any dialogue? I don't remember any. I just.
Well, I think in certain episodes it may have been like that, but most of the episodes there was a good bit of dialogue between the
Oh, okay,
characters.
okay. So I'm just misremembering.
Well,
Hmm.
I think you're remembering just certain episodes.
Must be, must be.
Yeah, there were some of them, especially when he was going more into his backstory, that it would basically just be narration with him, walking through whatever environment.
There was a weird shift in the way that people were drawing animated characters. I think it might have started with the Powerpuff Girls. I'm not sure,
Oh,
but
jeez, I love that.
it really felt like they were phoning it in animation wise. Everything looked so. I guess minimalist is the only word I got. It
Yeah,
just doesn't. You know what it looks like more than anything? It looks like they said, "Oh, hey, we can cut costs by doing all of this in Flash," and
Okay.
and a lot of it, especially like the Rick and Morty type stuff, reminds me way too much of those magazines you'd see in doctors' offices when you were little. You
all
go
the
to the
highlights.
pediatrician, yeah, and it just I can't stand it, and they haven't stopped doing it. Is the thing? It hasn't stopped being a thing, and I find that quite frustrating.
Yeah, that basically the characters are in assemblage of geometric shapes so that they can just like move the shapes around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a very clunky style of animation.
I do not like it. I really don't. I mean, even when I look at, say, for example, like GI Joe or the Transformers from the 1980s, I'm like, this is more realistic, and it's still kind of crappy, by a lot of today's standards for animation. But at least I felt like the animators were trying.
Yeah.
Nowadays everything just looks sort of like they're trying to be sort of kitschy retro, but managing to be sloppy.
Did I hear a?
Yep,
Yeah,
she was playing behind Kate's chair.
I,
I was watching her in the background while Kate was talking. She was poking at a ball.
Pay
yeah,
attention
that
to
that
me.
that's actually her food egg, is what that is. It's egg shaped, and it has this little tiny hole in it that
Yeah,
dry cat food can get through, and she bats it around to make it come out. And yeah, she loves her food egg. She really does.
I
Um,
need to get one of those for my cat.
but the thing is, whenever she meows like that, it's usually like down below my chair, which means she wants lap sits, but she wants to be picked up to get them. And
Uh
even
huh.
when I put this chair here next to mine, right, she has to be coerced to get onto my lap from that chair. It's like she doesn't realize she not only has permission, but she's quite welcome.
Oh my! It's yeah. This one will definitely do the initiative thing. She wants lap, she gets lap, one way or another. Or especially she wants petted. Oh, for the
Mm.
love of Saint Gulick! She reminds me of me at the age of 4, where if I wanted to be cuddled, I would insert myself you know, in order. And this is the one like that. Also, you know, there's the hand, and all of a sudden there's this head under the hand, and it's like, you are going to pet me, aren't you?
Well, what's funny though is like this is only a me in a chair thing that she decides she needs like me to take the initiative. If I'm lying in bed, it's early morning and I'm not ready to get up, but she wants fed, she will bat at my face with claws extended to wake me up.
Okay,
Yeah.
this one
Which
doesn't.
which has not gone well. I'm sure I've mentioned it before where she likes to bat at my nose, but once her claw hooked into my nostril and she
Ow!
yanked.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Yeah. Yeah.
No, what this one will
She
do.
hasn't learned that she can paw me without the claws out.
I've got a much worse one, but
When I'm in bed, I'll have my arm curled under my pillow because one of these days I need to get new pillows. I flatten pillows in no time at all. And then this one will go after the fingers, reaching under the pillow. Human, you are going to notice me, right? And it with the claws out and the whole thing. So of course I'll just pull my hand back and under the covers, and okay, now you've got to come under the covers to get the hand. That about 50% of the time dissuades her. It's not cold enough in here yet that she'll get under the covers on a consistent basis. But
Well, one thing that Columbia has a tendency to do, and she was just doing it now. I wanted to grab the camera, but whenever I grab cameras, she stops doing whatever she's doing that made me want to get the picture of her.
yep.
But she tends to lick my Krell bow. Like I guess maybe I sweat or something, and she likes the salt.
Okay.
I don't
Fine.
know.
Okay.
But she licks there, and sometimes she's licked it kind of raw. But even so, it's okay when I'm at the computer desk, you know? But when I'm trying to sleep and she's going at me with that sandpaper tongue of hers, and that's awfully difficult you can't maintain being drowsy while a cat is doing that to you.
Yeah. Right.
So,
I almost miss it in a way, and then mostly don't. But I think I talked about it before. When this one was a kitten, she would get up and do the nursing thing up at the neck. Hi, kitty. Hi, Columbia. He has a kitty face over there.
yeah.
You is the kitty face. But,
I don't know if she'll do the licking thing, but whatevs.
yeah, she would do the whole. But the other thing that she would do while she was doing the nursing, which was cute, she would also do the kneading with the claw. And it's like, ow! Ow! Those are sharp, you.
Yeah, I live in San Diego. It gets warm in the summertime, and sometimes I will decide to sleep commando,
Okay,
and
fine.
I'll have a sheet on top of me, but it's a thin sheet. Like, I don't know about you, I have a hard time falling asleep if I don't have a cover.
Same
Yeah.
here. Same here.
same.
It's difficult, and so I will have a sheet on top of me, but it's not enough to protect me from kitty claws. And my cat, even when she's not kneading, she just has unerring nipple and clit aim.
Yes, you've talked about
She
that.
cannot walk over me without hitting a sensitive spot.
Oh, boy, boy. I don't know, Columbia. I do not know. No, you talk about the sleeping commando. I only have one nightgown that I can stand sleeping in. For the longest time, it was uncomfortable to be wearing any night clothes because of the way they would bunch up as they turned and tossed and rolled up and everything else like that. Pajamas I cannot wear to this day because they're very, very uncomfortable. So it's work to be wearing something when I have to be wearing something. When the situation is not conducive to my usual mode of sleeping.
Yeah.
But
Well,
it works.
I mean, YouTube is my job. I don't have to leave the apartment very much if I don't want to. It's like, I need to go shopping or I need to go see friends or it's game night or something, right? So I tend to be in sweats most of the time or something light and loose just because I don't have to wear jeans all the time. I don't have to wear pants. I don't have to wear, heck, I don't have to wear any darn thing if I don't want to, you know?
Yeah.
But so I tend to wear pretty pajama esque clothing if you happen to not wear actual pajamas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Anytime I'm home, I pretty much, need to be in something loose. The denim's too stiff.
Hmm.
most of the
But
time,
Sammy's son has a mutation that he actually has two claws coming out of each thumb.
Hmm.
So he can't fully retract his front claws. So every time he walks over me, the claws are always like out like a quarter of an inch.
I would love it if there was some way to declaw a cat that wasn't basically amputating a knuckle.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've tried
It-
the trimming the claws, but for the most part, the kitty people have not been all that cooperative when it comes to that sort of thing.
Oh, I shudder at the idea of trying to trim Columbia's nails.
Mm-hmm.
She would not put up with it. I'm told that one way to do it is to basically swaddle your cat in a blanket so that they only have one claw available to them, and that's the one that you're trimming. But even then, I don't want to try it.
Well, I've always had trouble with that because I can't do it by myself. Swaddle the
Mm.
cat and manipulate the thing. And as far as giving a cat medication, that's the other one where the swaddling helped Miranda. I was giving her my Prozac at one time. I think I've described this. She was one for the self mutilation. Whenever she would be stressed, she would go after the neck with the claws, and
Hmm.
for 13 years she had an open wound between kitty
Mm.
puberty and my going on HRT of all damn things. My going on HRT fixed that behavior of hers, but there was one point in between there where I was giving, and the Prozac helped a little bit. The problem was getting it into her because she would
Mm.
shred me trying to. She wouldn't do the pill at all, so it got to the point where I made a suspension, opened up one of the capsules, put it in water, and shook it around, took it into a syringe, into the back of the throat, that sort of thing. But God, she would tear me apart. I was trying to do
I
that.
didn't know cats did self harm.
This one is the only one I've ever known of to do it. But boy,
Hmm.
she every now and
I've known
then,
some cats that would rip out their own fur.
this Miranda would nick a vein and she would scare herself. So she's running all around the apartment,
Yep.
bleeding on everything as she does it. And my ex was, you got to put her down. You got to put her down. And I couldn't bring myself to do it. I mean, this was
Yeah.
Miranda, damn it. She was, my only friend in the world, which tells you about the relationship between my ex and I, or my ex and me. Sorry about that. But yeah, it was. It wasn't until she had taken off, and I was on HRT that when my anti-androgen was brought up to the operating dosage, if you will, stopped. It
Sweet.
amazed the hell out of me.
You think maybe you were giving off a pheromone she didn't care for?
That's the only thing I can think of offhand. Yeah, because before HRT, I will say I very likely smelled like a guy.
Yeah. Well, Ginger Snap, the dog I had when I lived in St. Paul, I seriously, I joked about it, but I seriously think she had a problem with testosterone
Okay then.
because anytime a man tried to enter the house, she'd go ballistic and wouldn't stop barking. The only one of our male, and I use the term loosely, friends that she would ever let into the house was a flaming queer.
Okay, then. Now
And the only woman she ever had a problem with was a butch dyke.
Okay. Now the weird thing about this, though, the whole the pheromone idea, the only place Miranda felt safe was in my lap. So that's the only time she didn't claw at herself. So I'm thinking, okay, if it's a pheromonal thing that she's doing the clawing, why is she not doing it when she's so close to my crotch? I mean,
That is weird.
it's a weird thing. I never did figure it out. I talked to a couple of vets. They'd never heard of any behavior like this. So I guess it's not that common.
Cats are strange creatures.
Oh, aren't they?
Sometimes you think you have them figured out, and then they go completely sideways on you. Like
Yep.
Columbia, for the longest time, I started to wonder if she's even a cat because there were so many things she wouldn't do. Like she was not interested in paper bags or cardboard boxes. She would not chase laser pointers or mouse or cat chasers. And she definitely wasn't the sort to get up on counters and start knocking stuff off, which I was okay with. Until quite recently, she decided, okay, now, as much as I haven't gone on there for years and I know it's verboten, I'm going onto the kitchen counter and knocking shit off of it. And
Wait a minute
I
now.
started using the squirt bottle on her, right? And I started shouting no at her a lot, and it seems to have gotten her to knock it off. But I don't know where that came from, but she started being a more typical kitty all of a sudden. It was also
So-
kind of like, for years, she would only lie next to me when I'm in bed and wouldn't lie on top of me. And then in the last year or so, she started lying on top of me while I was in bed. Even though if I was on the floor or on a couch or something, she would lie on top of me, no problem. It was just in bed, she would only lie next to me. I don't get it.
Now, with Columbia, I have to wonder, did she decide, hey, wait a minute, I'm getting old. I'd better catch up on all that stuff I missed out on?
I don't know. I don't know. But it just seemed
Oh,
to be
God.
this random shift all of a sudden. And she is getting old. She's got to be like 13, 14 by now. I should do the math at some
That's not
point.
young. Yeah.
Yeah. She doesn't act old.
That just
So,
reminds
like,
me of
I've
a
had
horrible
cats who
Garfield
definitely
cartoon.
acted elderly, and she's not doing it.
Now, the really
That just
strange...
reminded me of a horrible Garfield cartoon.
Oh, no.
Well, there's this old mangy neighborhood cat who looks like he's already
Uh-oh. Did we just lose
decomposing,
Owen?
There
and
you
he's
are.
saying, "I'm lovable, bury me."
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Oh, yikes.
Oh, my. I was going to go somewhere and I forgot where it was. That always happens to me. It's a sign of senility.
Sorry.
No, it's
No, see, it
it's my
happens to me,
senility
but
going
I
on
think
here.
I think for me it's a sign of attention deficit disorder. Like my brain will go off in so many different tangents, and it's an effort to keep focused.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
am very mildly attention deficit disordered. As an adult, it really hasn't got in my way. Now, it was quite evident when I was a girl, when I was a kid, but happily, it's not that much of a problem for me now, except in moments like this, where the mind just goes.
Well, it's funny. One thing I've noticed is that I cannot concentrate in silence. Just can't do it. So like if I'm trying to read and I don't have music going, I cannot concentrate.
Yeah.
But when I was a kid in the 80s and Walkmans were a thing, and it was like study hall or something, our teachers would flip the fuck out if you were listening to a Walkman while you were trying to study or whatever, because they're like, you can't concentrate that way. You're distracted. I'm like, I can't study any other way. I need the Walkman on or I can't concentrate. And they didn't get it. They thought of it like cheating or something. Like I had a teacher once talk about cheating. She thought that everything I ever wrote, any essay or term paper or whatever, had to be handwritten, that I was not allowed to use my computer and printer at home to write this essay.
Oh,
and I was just like, why are you trying to hamstring me? So so many people who are so. Sometimes I feel like my generation was one of the first generations that, rather than being afraid of new tech, embraced the hell out of it.
Okay.
Every time some new bit of technology would come out, we'd be like, "Ooh, gimme, gimme, gimme." But it seems like my parents' generation, a lot of generations surrounding theirs, have a really hard time getting on board with an ever changing world.
I'm 50-50. And we've talked before about me and phones,
Mhm.
where a telephone is supposed to be a
We're millennials.
telephone. That too. But
The echo just came back.
yeah, at the same time, um, when I had the opportunity to sit at a teletype machine and start programming, tells you how long ago that was. I'm a 13-year-old, and this computer stuff is great. One of those. So I don't know. It depends what it is or what. I'm not sure. But
I don't know.
I'm weird. You know that.
Back to something we were talking about before with the whole like pheromones thing. I was actually reading an article about how drinking lots of water can help you smell better. And it didn't really go into detail. I can only assume it means that like your sweat is diluted and so it doesn't smell as stinky. I don't know. But I have noticed a real change in a lot of things now that I've been drinking a lot more water.
Okay then.
Well, I think part of that would be if you're drinking water rather than, flavored drinks or that.
Mm.
That your sweat is a way that your body gets rid of a lot of toxins and just basically any chemicals that would have built up.
You can probably see how this is kind of purple.
Yep.
I'm assuming. There's 2 teaspoons, and not particularly heaping ones, of grape Kool-Aid in a bottle this large. So really, I only add it to cut the flavor of tap water, which I'm sorry is nasty.
Yes, it is.
Okay, but so that's the only reason the Kool-Aid is in there. Otherwise, it's just water, and I have noticed a real difference in like I've only been doing this for a week or two, and it's helped me a lot. So I'm becoming an advocate of drinking a lot of water. Mind you, the article did say don't drink too much at once. Try to space it out through the day because otherwise your kidneys can't handle it and you can actually harm yourself if you drink too much water at once. But if you can space it out for a day, drinking like a quart or 2 is actually really good for you. So.
Oh, so is that it? I burned my kidneys out in all the coffee I drank, right?
You may have, actually. Yeah.
Actually, I did get from the nephrologist an indication of what is most likely going on. Believe it or not, atherosclerosis.
Don't know what that is.
Hardening of the tubules.
Okay.
It's like hardening of the arteries, but it's occurring in the kidneys.
Okay, so they're not able to filter stuff out because the tubing isn't as flexible.
Pretty much, yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right.
So
sounds unpleasant.
Yeah, it's not that much of a problem at this point. It may become a problem someday. I don't know, but not this week. So, in a way, it's great. In a way, it's kind of disappointing because I thought I was going to be dead by January. But oh well, what are you going to do?
It's reminding me of that joke, that meme that's gone around for a while, where it's like Bobby has 35 candy bars, then he eats 26. What does he have? And the answer is diabetes. Yeah.
Oh my! Oh, there's
It
one.
also reminds me of the Patton Oswalt joke, again with Patton Oswalt, where he's talking about how he was in a math class in college, and the teacher tried to be clever and write up a bunch of word problems. And one of the word problems was the Starship Enterprise is traveling at this speed. And then Chekhov fires the phasers at their photon torpedoes or something at this speed. And now how fast? It's like a mass and velocity and all that shit problem. And the way Patton's friend describes it is that Patton walked down the stairs from the classroom and goes to the teacher's desk and is saying something very emphatic and very, very vehement and stomps back up the stairs to his seat. And the teacher's just like, I've just been informed that Sulu fires the phasers on the Starship Enterprise. If this makes the problem impossible to solve, I will change the name of the crew member on the board. Just give me your test booklets. I'm going to be in my office slitting a vein. Have fun.
Well,
that
now,
level.
see, as you started to say the problem, what I came up with is if the ship's traveling at warp speed and you fire any of the weapons, as soon as they leave the ship will overtake the weapons and destroy itself.
I actually don't know if they were going at warp speed. I think it was just a speed, but still, it was, yeah. I don't know. Actually, I saw a website recently where they had this animated, I'm not sure what to call it because it wasn't a GIF, but it was just a picture. It was like maybe a flash animation or something of how fast warp speeds actually are. And it just said, like, here's Earth. And then it shows the Enterprise moving along at warp 1, warp 3, and it goes faster and faster. And it shows you how fast at like warp 9 it would take to get to Pluto, kind of thing. It was interesting to see. I mean, that's one thing they don't really show you much on those sci-fi shows is how long it takes to get anywhere. You don't really get that sense of, okay, from Sol to Proxima Centauri, this is how long it like they don't ever really give a sense of that. It's just, oh yeah, we traveled and now we arrived.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually one of the things I've been playing with the novel I'm writing now. I'm trying to keep it solidly science-based. And like one of the things is when a ship blows up by Saturn, it'll be like 20-some minutes before people on Earth see the flash.
It's funny because the animation I'm writing right now that is the prologue to an eventual webcomic, I don't give a flying fuck about science in it. It is all adventure, pure space opera, old school pulp. It will have an internal consistency, but if science gets in the way of the storytelling, science loses.
Interesting that you mentioned, the time to travel, say, to Proxima Centauri, that sort of thing. I pulled it up just for the hell of it, and we've got a little blurb here. In 2015, NASA's New Horizons probe completed its 3 billion mile, 3,000 million, billion is something else, journey to Pluto after traveling for about 9.5 years. Spacecraft traveled at speeds topping 52,000 miles an hour, 84,000 kilometers per hour. At that rate, it would take New Horizons about 54,400 years to reach Proxima. And that's, what you hear when you're talking about things like Proxima Centauri is the distance between here and there, which is about 4.5 light years. But that's nothing about how long it takes to get there.
Well, of course, we always talk about like the potential for discovering faster than light travel somehow. But I mean, that's a staple of sci-fi. I don't know if we'll ever figure it out if we can. And if we do, it'll probably not be so much a velocity thing as a folding of space thing to basically make the distance shorter.
Yep.
Through some sort of
might be able to get there that way. Yeah.
But that's basically what I started with for the novel I'm working on, was the idea that, okay, if you can't break the light speed, maybe there's some races that have ships that can travel at almost light speed, but nothing can go beyond it. Just the travel times involved, that if they sent a group of observers to Earth, these guys get here and things aren't what they were expecting, but when they call for backup, it's going to take 43 years to get a response.
Well,
Because even the radio signals would take that long to get back to their base and relay a message back to them again.
Yeah,
well,
and
the ability to travel in any efficient way is like the very basis for the plot of Quinn Redshift, the thing I'm working on, where humanity has developed a kind of, I like to call them fold gates rather than stargates or jump gates, that do fold space. They create basically a tesseract between one gate and another.
Yep.
And that's how you travel like between Earth and Mars, but they don't have one around Jupiter yet because it's very costly to get it there, and it'll take 6 years for the parts to arrive, for the crew to arrive, to put the parts together. It'll take 6 years. But Quinn and his friend the professor, who is helping him, Quinn has been helping the professor by bringing back alien artifacts from Mars and Venus and all of that to try to advance Earthling technology. And the professor thinks he's figured out a way to make a drive that will enable people to not use the fold gates anymore. The problem is that the fuel consumption goes up exponentially based on the size of the vessel.
Right.
And so it turns out that Quinn's vessel is the optimal size to go at speeds where you can reach other planets efficiently. But any larger than that, and it starts to become cost prohibitive. You just can't do it. And so that's the whole thing is now Quinn gets to explore the solar system, which in this universe, because science is not an issue, is really, really populated. I mean, Jupiter and Saturn have how many moons between them? You can have how many adventures
Yep.
on those moons, you know? So that's basically the basis for this is space travel is hard and only Quinn can do it. And so now he's a lone adventurer finding various bits of alien archaeology and culture to bring back to the professor, who will then start looking at all this stuff and figuring out how Earthling kind can use it.
Yeah.
all right.
I
And now
also had an idea for like a star jump drive, but like you say, the thing is that as the mass increases, the energy required increases exponentially. So I came to the conclusion the only way this drive would actually work is that the ship has to detonate the star it's orbiting. And you basically have to turn the sun into a supernova to release enough energy to jump to another star system.
Okay, then.
So what I'm about to show you right here, this is the professor. And someone said to me, "Oh my gosh, it looks like Ray Comfort." And I was like, "Shut up."
Okay, now
that was not my intent.
when does Marianne make an appearance?
Yeah, not that kind of professor. But I mean, that's one of the things, though, is I really did want to like capture that sort of pulp feel to what it is. So he doesn't. I don't have a name for this guy. He's just the professor.
Okay,
You
then.
know. So that was definitely a thing that I'm trying. I'm walking a very fine line here between like being kitschy and sort of tongue in cheek and trying to create something that people can take seriously, because I'm sure a lot of people will look at this sort of Futurama-esque visual style, and think, oh, this is going to be a comedy, this is going to be a satire. You know, they'll see the whole pulp vibe and go, I'm not supposed to take this seriously, it's supposed to be silly. But it's not. It's a throwback to a time when sci-fi didn't take itself quite so seriously. I mean, you look at shit like The Expanse or Dark Matter or any of that, it's trying so hard to be realistic, and I think they've leached all the fun out of it.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to bring that fun back while not being goofy, if you see what I mean.
Well, actually, when you had that character pop up on the screen, my first reaction was, I made a connection to Doctor Who. That, maybe this was like a much younger version of Davros.
Oh, I never in a million years would have thought of that. Okay. But I don't know. Like I say, I'm just trying to call back to that sort of 1950s sort of feel to it. The Captain Future and Captain Video and all of those. Flash Gordon, or heck, even more recent Spaceman Spiff. Or Buzz Lightyear. That style.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and as I'm trying to write a novel and keep the science real, the more I'm working on that, the more I'm realizing how difficult it is to do that and actually keep it interesting. Because, like I say, even, not even interstellar, but just on an interplanetary scale, the time lags are just to the extent that people will give up on things before they see the result. They'll think nothing happened, and then 20 minutes later, they see the flashlight.
Sorry, that's the professor's Venusian assistant. I'm still trying to come up with a good name for her. I'm trying to find like a sort of 1950s secretary name, like Trixie or Mitzi or something. I don't know.
Okay, well, Trillion is
Maybe
already
post them on
taken.
your Facebook page and, just do a contest to have some of your fans name the characters.
I could do that. But anyway, go on. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, that there's that whole lag between sending a message and getting it, or an event happening and seeing it. I've read a lot of sci-fi that where that's a plot point. I mean, I don't know if you've ever read the Honor Harrington series, but it comes up a fair bit in that.
No,
Okay,
I'm not
I have
familiar
not.
with that author.
Honor Harrington is basically a gender-flipped Horatio Hornblower in space.
Ah,
Yeah. It definitely tries to do very much like, this is old school naval combat, but with a space thing where everyone's like launching missile broadsides at each other,
yeah.
like, cannon broadsides and all of that. I mean, it's a fun series at first, but by around about book 8 or so, it gets so freaking repetitive. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's like, this is the same story you told last time. I'm done with you. And I never again want to hear the words bomb pumped lasers ever again. Yeah.
But that was also how I was pretty much envisioning how space battles would work, that it's not going to be, like small fighter craft. It's going to be like more in the age of sailing ships, that these two ships pass by each other, unleashing all their weapons. And then there's a long delay while they turn around to make another pass.
And that is how Honor Harrington is for a very long time, but then they developed light attack craft, and those I mean, they're still bound by the laws of physics, so it's actually very difficult for them to like get back to their target after it's passed. But they are like these small, expendable little fighters that can do a metric fuck ton of damage before they're wiped out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, it's I mean, like I say, it's a series that I enjoyed for a while until it got so repetitive. I'd rather reread the Vorkosigan saga by Lois McMaster Bujold than reread Honor Harrington.
Hey, Doorknob Head just came in.
There goes the neighborhood.
Yeah, the side chat's been pretty dead for a while.
It has, although we do have viewers still.
We
Yeah, I
have
know there's
8
people out
watching
there.
now.
Which is decent. I mean, sometimes we get into the double digits in these things. It's also a weeknight, so that's probably
Yeah.
pretty good.
Well, and I know Russ is in there, but he's probably at work, so he's probably in and out on his phone or something.
Which one's Russ?
Frustrated atheist.
Oh, okay. It's weird, like not knowing people's actual first names sometimes.
Well, that's
course,
actually
I-
not his. That's not his actual first name. We call him Russ because of Russ traded.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay. And of course, it doesn't help that I still do have some memory issues from the seizures and
Oh
names and
my.
faces.
Yeah.
Well,
I
I mean, it's gotten a lot better. Like they recently tested me and said you're doing much better with your memory, but every now and then it's that I have this weird blind spot of I have no idea who that person is. You know,
no,
based
I
on name.
frequently get confused because, it's like somebody's email and their real name and their handle on YouTube and their handle on Twitter, and it's like I get really confused when the people are referring to the same person by three different names.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure I've told that story a while back, many times, in fact, of the time I was hanging out with like 6 other Kates.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm reasonably sure I've told about the 5 Edwards in the
Mm.
so-called family. Um, where
I've had that problem a lot because we wind up with having 3 or 4 Jens in one of my chats.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, he was Edward. I was Eddie. His brother-in-law was Little Ed. His brother-in-law's youngest son was Eddie Allen, and then there was Asshole, the one who took off to California right after Aunt Marie gave birth.
So maybe I missed it. Was everyone Edward, or was there an Edmund in there as well?
They were all Edwards. There were there
Okay.
was no yeah. Well, they very Eastern European, so you wouldn't find Edmund all that.
I actually don't know the origins, so.
Well, no. In other words, the family was Eastern European, so they wouldn't have known or understood anything as classy as Edmund.
Right, but what I mean is I
Yep.
don't know the origins of Edward versus Edmund,
Yeah.
which is
Oh,
which.
I gotcha. I gotcha. I'm
Actually,
a little slow here.
I had that problem growing up too because my father was Edward and my uncle was Edwin.
Okay.
So I had my dad and Uncle Ed, and when my cousins were saying Dad and Uncle Ed, they were reversing the two guys.
You know, it's funny. When you said Edward, my brain went to Edward Scissorhands, which I don't like because it's a Tim Burton movie. But I worked in multiple video stores when I was younger, and I remember the porn section, and I remember Edward Penis Hands.
Oh no.
Yes, that was a thing.
I loved all those knockoffs. Yeah, where you'd have a popular film or something, you'd come up with a title based on that, and then you'd.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you remember the movie Single White Female?
Uh-huh.
Change white to tight.
Okay then.
Yeah. You know, the truth is I could probably come up with some pretty puntastic porn titles. Like if that were a job where your only thing is to come up with a porn title and they'll make the porn for you and then they'll give you money because you came up with the cool concept. Oh, I'd be aces at that. Oh
Yep.
my gosh.
We need
You know?
we need Jen with one N in here. She was responsible for my knowing about Chuck Tingle. Chuck, and I've got to get him on my show one of these days. But I don't know if he actually writes the books or not, but describes himself as writing niche porn, gay niche porn, or niche gay porn, or something like this. And you look him up on Amazon, and the titles that he comes up with, I'm gonna look for him again, because it's always based on like pounded in the butt by whatever. Amazon.
Well, I was thinking of one. This actually isn't a porn movie. I think it would be more of a comedy, really, of a samurai wedding where things go kind of wrong and people have to kill each other with swords. But it would be called Maid of Honor.
Okay then.
This is supposed to be a happy occasion. Let's not bitter and argue over guilt.
Speaking of
man.
Monty Python, and also where we started with this whole live stream, thinking again of Marie Fredrickson's death. what was going through my head actually for a fair bit of the day was, I mean, obviously not entirely related to Roxette directly, but just the whole subject of death, was life's a piece of shit when you look at it.
Yep.
Life's a laugh and death's a joke, it's true. You'll see it's all a show. Keep 'em laughing as you go. Just remember that the last laugh is on you. Yeah. That was going through my head for a lot of the day. Just the whole,
Okay.
yeah.
Here's some titles from 2016, and this is just a selection. We have Pounded in the Butt by My Irrational Bigoted Fear of Humans Who Were Born as Unicorns Using a Human Restroom. Or we also have Pounded in the Butt by my book, 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 Pounded in the Butt by my own butt. Uh, and let's see, Slammed in the Butt by Donald Trump's attempt to avoid accusations of plagiarism by removing all facts or concrete plans from his Republican National Convention speech. Okay, this is Chuck Tingle. I don't know if there's anything after after these titles. What you've got to okay, we have publication dates. January 2nd, 2016, January 5th, 2016, January 18th, January 30th, February 10th, February 21st, March 11th, March 21st. In some cases, he's coming out with titles, every 2 days. So I don't know if he's writing the entire books or if it's just these titles.
I would imagine it's just the titles.
But I mean, it's crazy enough that I need to have him on my Sunday show. I really do. I've got to get around to it.
I don't know. It's reminding me for some reason of some of the weird ass titles that there are for like movies and books out there that have nothing to do with being pounded into the butt. It's just they're weird titles. Like what's that movie? I think it has Jeff Goldblum in it. It's The Favor of the Watch and the Really Big Fish.
Why is you need me?
And then there was another one. Oh God, it wasn't Four Weddings and a Funeral, but it was something about weddings. I forget. And then there's Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance.
Oh, I read that years ago.
Just all these weird sort of non sequitur-ish titles. But God, what is the one? Oh, right. The Cook, the Wife, the Thief, and her Lover, or something like that. Was the other one I was trying to think of that was sort of like The Favor of the Watch and the Really Big Fish. Gosh, what is the actual more title matches? Yes, the Cook, the Thief, his wife, and her lover. That was it. Was the one I was trying to think of. There's these weird long titles for no good reason. Sort of like someone took the idea of It's a Mad, 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 Mad World and really ran with it.
Okay, then. Oh, yeah. Here's one of my favorites.
I've got one of those that I've got the titles almost as long as the whole story.
Yeah.
The Not Quite Entirely Impossible Legend of the Cadian Thrall War.
See, now I'm remembering. I think I first heard it in a Mel Gibson movie. It was like the man with the mask face or some shit. I don't remember. Where he's playing a guy who had been like horribly burned, and he's like mentoring this kid. And he was talking about a poem called "Ode to a Goldfish," and the whole poem is "Oh, wet pet."
Okay.
That's the whole poem.
Sounds Vogon, really.
I think it might actually be a real poem by someone famous. I'm not sure.
My.
Let's see. It says "Ode to a Goldfish" by Nash.
Ogden Nash?
I guess.
That would actually make sense. Nash was crazy that way.
I don't know. I might be wrong about this because the internet. But yeah.
All right, what do we have here? Ode to a Goldfish by Nash, poetry sample, Google Sites.
Okay,
Ode to a Goldfish poem by Jack Robinson.
It might be one of those ones where whoever wrote it is lost to history and everyone their hamsters claiming credit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but here
it is. There's another poem here. There once was a man from Cork who got limericks and haikus confused.
Nice. Very, very nice.
Yeah.
Doorknob had said, "Wet pet sounds like a good first date."
Okay.
That reminds me of one of my favorite jokes about the Big Bang. You know what came before the Big Bang? The big second date.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, that's and of course there's the limerick I wrote is a Scotsman named Angus MacLeod thought he was quite well endowed. He'd lift up his kilt to show how he was built, no matter how unreceptive the crowd.
Okay, then.
I mean, it's not as naughty as a lot of limericks, but yeah, it's a little racy. I don't know. I actually once thought it might be fun to try to write an entire story in limerick form, but the truth is that rhythm after a while gets really annoying.
Okay, then. Yep.
Fairly quickly, actually.
Yeah, so I gave it up, but I've heard of people who write entire narratives purely in poem form, and I thought it'd be interesting to try it, but
Yeah.
without the pretentious pinky up while you're drinking wine vibe that a lot of people try to do when they do poetry. I thought it might be fun because limericks are often quite rude. I thought
Yes.
it might be fun to make something in that more accessible to everybody style. It just didn't go as well as I'd hoped. Maybe someday I'll try it again, but this time not in limerick form. I don't know. But I have so many projects on the spike, I may never get to it.
Well, there's always Dr. Seuss.
True. But I was gonna, go for something a little less kidsy.
Yeah.
Oh, it's interesting.
Did you know Green Eggs and Ham was written on a bet?
Yeah.
His editor bet him he couldn't write a book using less than 50 words. There are only 49 unique words in the book. That's why it's so repetitious.
And then there was all the propaganda that Geisel wrote. Very few people know about that. The wartime stuff.
Yep. And also a lot of marketing artwork he did.
Yeah. Oh my.
It's like Flit insect repellent or something like that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, someone sent me an email. The guy who sent me this sent me an email on how to get rid of the automatic safety. Because, okay, for those of you who weren't with us before, this is a shotgun that fires salt, which is meant to destroy bugs. Now, I didn't ask for this. It was sent to me, but I do live in San Diego, and we do occasionally get roaches. So, but the thing is, when you cock it, the little orange thing here automatically goes into safety, and you have to flick it down before you can fire. And apparently, he sent me a video on how to get rid of the automatic safety so that you can cock and fire. So,
with cockroaches, you'd need that.
Yeah,
because they come at you in swarms.
Although this is, like I say, a shotgun. So, in fact, there was, as part of it, let me see if I still have this handy somewhere. Ah, yes. Okay, it shows, and unfortunately this ripped, but it shows the shot pattern of, like, how far away you can be and what the size of the blast will be like.
Yep.
So, like I say, it really is a shotgun. It's just the shot is salt.
Don't you need a shot of tequila with that?
No.
Okay, then. It's one of the things...
Besides, all I have is rum, anyway. Well, rum and weed. So...
I can't drink rum. I'm allergic to sugarcane.
Weird.
Oh.
Well, it's really weird because beet sugar doesn't bother me. Sugarcane gives me migraines.
I don't know. I just like rum. It's my favorite alcohol, even though I don't really drink anymore. I don't know. Like a couple of years ago, my desire to drink just gone, and I don't know why. I don't really miss it,
Uh
but
huh. I know that
but if
feeling.
I'm going to drink, it's going to be rum, especially Captain Morgan or Sailor Jerry.
Yeah, it's part of why I have to get out of this town. I will become an alcoholic if I'm stuck living here too long.
Mm.
Yeah,
My alcohol consumption is about 10 times what it was when I was living with my fiance.
Still, it is weird. Like I feel like I'm the exact opposite of an alcoholic because I don't want booze.
yeah. I tell people that I have a drinking problem. There's booze all over the house. I forget to drink it, and that's a problem.
Mm.
But what
Yeah.
was amazing was that in my younger days, in my 20s, I was about a hair's breadth from being an alcoholic. I had a major drinking problem. And then at one point, I looked at myself and I'm thinking, wait a minute, I haven't had anything to drink for a while. And as you said, I simply lost the desire to drink.
Mm.
Strangely enough, that came shortly after my divorce.
Um, I don't know. When someone says they have a drinking problem, all I can picture is airplane. I have a drinking problem. Sploosh. Yeah.
Oh
Uh,
my.
Well, my main problem is that I have to not be aware of my surroundings so much because this town is basically the equivalent intellectually of living in a flat earth convention.
mm. Where, I mean, okay, I don't want you to dox yourself, but in general, where are you?
Well, it's upper Michigan. For all intensive purposes, it's northeastern Wisconsin.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. It's funny. Like I've mentioned before about like Google Earth VR and how I've been using it to explore and all that stuff. There have been times I've wanted to show people where I grew up, but the problem is my parents still live there. So
Uh huh.
I would have to dox my parents to show my old neighborhood.
Yeah.
So I don't it's a shame really, because I think it'd be an interesting thing to do a tour of where I used to live. I could do a video on where I used to live in Seattle,
Okay then. Yeah, I think.
but
Do I remember that off air? You were showing me around the place a bit.
I thought we were still on air when I was showing not so much my neighborhood, but I was showing like Burlington, Vermont.
Oh, okay. That was
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Yeah. But I can't show people my old neighborhood. I mean, it's weird because like I've mentioned the whole seizure thing and how a lot of my like seizure memories were of places, and there has been a certain kind of nostalgia for growing up where I grew up, even though I remember hating it. It's very strange.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't want to say even who it was, but I had pointed out to another creator in the community that when he had been doing some filming outdoors, he had accidentally doxed himself.
Mm-hmm.
So I mentioned it to him, and he took the video down within about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Okay then.
I don't know. Apparently, according to some people, I had doxed myself a few times with my videos, not overtly,
Yeah.
but based on some of the things they saw outside my window in my old Seattle place, they had figured out at least more or less where I was living.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, okay. It's a lot harder to do that here because my windows look out on nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, just when he had been driving around, he was filming in the car and driving around. And in the background of one shot, I saw the water tower that had the name of the town painted on it.
Oops.
Mm. Well, I mean, everyone knows I live in San Diego. I've made no secret of that. So
It's a big enough
if you
city that
were
doesn't tell you much.
if you were really determined to find me, you probably could. But well, I mean, you're gonna have a hard time getting to me unless you wait out on the street.
Yeah. I
Mm.
wouldn't be that hard to find if somebody seriously wanted to. I've left a pretty bad trail.
Although it's kind of funny, like I was watching the Leah Remini documentary that she did for a while on Scientology, And some of the shit they will do if they decide to harass you, if they decide that you are someone like persona non grata. I'm trying to remember what the hell they call it. It's like a not dispossessed person,
Disfellowship.
suppressive
Disfellowshipped?
personality. No, suppressive person is what they call it.
Okay.
SP. And they will have people stalk you all the hell over the place. They have this scene of her and the filming crew in a minivan, and there's a guy who's about to leave a parking lot, and they're trying to wave him on, and he won't go because he wants to follow them. And I've wondered what that would be like, and what you could do to get people off your back if you needed them off your back. I mean, I wonder, is it legal to like pepper spray or tase a stalker? Like, suppose someone's following you, so you duck down an alley and wait for them to come down the alley after you, and now they're stalking you. What can you do to make them knock it off?
And I think the answer to that's probably going to vary quite widely depending on the state and local laws.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm willing to bet if someone's following you like that, you're perfectly within your rights to just pepper spray them right in the face if you feel the need. I mean, if they follow you down an alley, they're threatening you, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah. No, and yeah, especially the celebrity stalkers, and I know even people on YouTube get stalkers like that sometimes.
Mm.
That if you've got a big enough audience, you can pick up a nutcase here and there.
And I've been recognized on the street from YouTube and from that time I was on Tosh.0, but I've never had anyone stalking me so much. I've had a few people glom onto me online in ways that I think might just be a smidge unhealthy, but it stayed online and doesn't look like it'll ever not be, so...
Well, at the risk of making people paranoid, if they're good at stalking you, you wouldn't know it.
I suppose, but a lot of stalkers want the attention.
I was going to say that a lot of the stalkers want you to know that they are stalking you because it puts that fear in you, that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, that's why most of them will like leave notes or things.
Like there's the Uber fan who wants the attention from you, where it's not that they're threatening you, it's just they want so badly to be part of your life.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
That kind of thing.
1 hour photo?
Well, and what's funny is one of the people that I think has glommed onto me a bit and wants a lot of attention recently accidentally doxed himself to me because he likes to send me stuff off of my Amazon friend list or off of my Amazon wish list, which I don't mind. And you know how you can include customized notes? Yeah. Well, he ordered something for me that was through Amazon, but wasn't coming from Amazon. Yep. And so the customized note was not as customized as he wanted, and his real name was on it.
Uh-huh.
So
I've heard of that happening.
Yeah. So now if he ever gets too creepy, I at least know how to find him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I don't have any stalkers. I have actually been recognized, and it's validating in a way, and as you say, it's a little disconcerting in a way. But on the street, somebody, I know you from YouTube, and it's like, oh, okay. It surprised me that anyone was interested in what I had to do.
It's a weird feeling, isn't it? Being recognized like that. I mean, I have to wonder, what is it like if you are a big honkin' Hollywood movie star or a singer in a band, a really popular band? Can you just go to the supermarket, or will you be swamped? Because I remember seeing video, and I don't know how real it is. It might have just been part of that movie they made of the Beatles being chased down the street. Okay. And I'm just like, how much of a life can you actually have as a star?
I think particularly for rock stars, that has been a big problem.
Well, okay. Well, what about movie stars though? Hollywood movie stars have been in a lot of movies. Can I'm just trying to pull a name out of my ass right now. Matthew McConaughey. Can he go to a restaurant and be reasonably certain of getting through the meal without being interrupted?
Probably not.
So,
He'd
yeah.
probably have somebody coming up asking for an autograph.
Yeah. I
And-
mean, it's got to get old after a while.
Yeah.
And then the other
Well,
thing
that's why I've always said I would not want to be famous. I would like my work to be famous and nobody to know what I look like.
Yes, I don't want to be famous. I want to be infamous.
there you go. But I just recently saw a episode of a YouTube series. Jerry Seinfeld does this thing. I think it's called Comedians in Cars, something, whatever.
I know the one you're talking about. I've
Yeah.
never seen it, but I know what you mean. I think it's
And-
called Driving in Cars with Comedians or Driving with Comedians in Cars. or
Something like that. And the episode he did was with Barack Obama back in 2015, I believe. And I'm just thinking, man, that's a reason that I would not want to win the office of President of the United States, because I know they did it just to be funny, but they're in the Corvette and they're heading toward the gate on the grounds of the White House, and the security guard stops them, and Obama's, well, we're just going out to get a cup of coffee. He said, no, you're not going anywhere. And you were thinking, okay, once you win that office, you're
never alone.
You're never alone. You cannot
Yep.
do anything without an entourage.
Yeah, they have a security detail assigned for life.
Yeah, that's something I was gonna because I thought I'd heard it. Is once you've become president, you even after you're out of office, you have a Secret Service detail
For
Yep.
life.
Yeah,
Yep, they
That's
always have a couple of
not
guards
bad.
around their house.
that's gotta really suck. I wouldn't want that.
I mean, just you want to go to the porn shop some night, you just can't do it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be president. There are so many reasons I wouldn't want to be president. Now, I've actually had people suggest I run, and I don't think they could possibly have been serious, but I think some of them were. And I know that two people, they've told me they've written my name in for president over different elections, but even so, probably in some dusty cabinet somewhere are two ballots with my name on them, which is kind of crazy. But I mean, I've thought about I haven't seriously thought about running. I've thought about what it would mean to be president. And I realize that I am in that zone of being well aware of the whole Dunning-Kruger effect of I know what I don't know. I know I don't know enough to be president. I know that there are bits of foreign policy that I would arse up so bad just because I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't know why the fuck our country has such a hard on for Israel. Not a clue.
Well, the key to being president is you don't have to be that smart. You just have to surround yourself with people who know more than you do about everything.
Well, but that's the problem, though, is I look at someone like Trump, for example, where he seems to change his opinion every 2 seconds based on the last person he spoke to. You know?
Trump's problem is that he actually believes he is more intelligent than all the people around him.
Well, that too. But I mean, even if I had advisors, I mean, some part of my brain would be like, okay, was I just fed a line of bull or did they tell me the truth? Am I about to enact a policy based on misinformation and I didn't know it was misinformation? I know that I may be smart enough to be president, but I know that I don't know enough to be president.
There you go. Absolutely. Because
I would not want the job for that reason because I would screw something up so bad.
Well, and the incredible responsibility involved that oftentimes if you screw something up, people will die.
Yeah. I would have such a hard time sending troops into battle. I would have the worst time with that. I mean, number one, I don't really want anyone to kill anyone unless it's executing Shatner for the crime of being him. But, as far as I'm concerned, our military is for self-defense only. That using the military in any way is a last fucking resort, right? as opposed to most of our presidents, including our Democratic presidents these days, who seem to think that the military is just a tool to use for their own agendas. And so I, like, if I ever found myself in the position of having to declare war or having to petition Congress to declare war for me, because that's the way you fucking do it, that much at least I know, I would feel
Some presidents
so
don't know that.
terrible. It would eat at me so hard to know that I would be declaring war, sending people out not just to die, but to make other people die. I'm not sure I could do it.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is coming from someone who's played a metric fuck ton of violent video games. Guess what? They did not affect me whatsoever in terms of how I look at real death.
Yeah.
But that's a separate issue, whether video games make you violent. Point is, I'm not sure I could be president, not without like letting it eat me alive. I mean, if you remember looking at Obama when he first ran, he was like this healthy young guy. And by the end of his presidency, he was Captain Graybeard. His hair he looked elderly by the end of his period.
Well, about the only reason that this thing that is squatting in the Oval Office is not gray is, well, two reasons. Number one, a lot of yellow hair dye, and another one is he's a total idiot. The presidents I know, and I've seen quite a few of them, every one of them has aged well beyond their 4 or 8 years in office. You look at Kennedy, for fuck's sake. He was in office for 3 years and it aged him.
The stress of that job, I don't think I'd sleep at all the entire time I was there. They'd have to medicate me every night to sleep at all.
Gosh, I've often wondered, like, does the president have any leisure time whatsoever? Can you sit down and watch a movie with your family? Could you follow a weekly television show?
Not really, because your mind also has to be somewhere else all the time. Many other places.
Does the president ever get to just sit down and play a game? I mean, I would not want the restrictions that...
I wondered about that a lot with Obama, that, how much could he be involved with his daughters while he was in office?
Oof, I don't even want to think about it. I'm so glad I don't have kids.
Yeah.
And that's even not being a president. A cat is as much responsibility as I want, ever.
Yes, indeed.
Like, even a dog would be too much responsibility unless I could let the little fucker out and shit wherever he likes. I don't want to have to walk a dog multiple times a day. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. That's why
I never wanted to have kids. They just always came as part of the package for 25 years.
Well, that's how you got the package, basically, wasn't it?
Yeah, 3 times.
Because
it was someone that I kind of knew casually, and their kid latched on to me. So then they decided that, well, yeah, maybe then they could date me. Either that, or it's just that I was spending so much time over at their house for some other reason, like fixing things up, that they figured, well, you might as well move in. You're here more than you're at your house.
There you go.
The sad thing is, I don't even know if I do well in a race for president. I think it would be funny to try. Like, have you ever seen Brewster's Millions?
No.
Okay,
I know of it, but I haven't seen it.
Well, because the basic premise is that, well, I only know the Richard Pryor version. Apparently, it's a remake, but he has a rich, really distant relative he didn't know even existed, dies, right? And says to him, okay, I don't want you to have my fortune unless you genuinely understand the value of money. So I'm going to give you a choice. You can either take this very small sum of money, or you can try to spend this slightly larger amount of money to get the mega jackpot. It's like you can either take $5 million now, or you can try to spend $30 million in order to win $500 million. But when you spend that $30 million, you can't like just buy a whole bunch of stuff. No, you have to come back after a certain amount of time and show that you have nothing to your name but the shirt on your back.
Yeah, you have to spend the money without accumulating any assets.
Exactly. And so one of the things he does in the movie is he tries to run a completely bogus political campaign.
Ah.
You know?
Yep.
But his whole campaign is not vote for me, it's don't vote. You know, we choose no one was like the whole thing. And yeah, I mean, I would probably, if I was going to run for president, it wouldn't be serious in any way. I'd be doing sort of a piss take on Brewster's Millions and run a bullshit campaign. And with my luck, I'd get elected for it.
Yeah, that's when I lived in St. Paul, I actually considered running for city council just to see what the reporters would do with someone who wouldn't try to deny anything.
Hmm.
But
Oh,
then
yeah,
I was
I'm a
faced with the
complete
idea that
bastard.
if
No
I actually
problem.
won, they'd expect me to do the job.
Hmm.
Well, you know, like they'd pull up some pictures on the internet of, you know, gee, you know, does the woman you're living with know about these pictures? And I'd be like, well, who do you think took the pictures?
Yeah, yeah. I'm willing to bet that if I decided to run for any office, but probably a high office more than any other, a bunch of people would bring up those pictures of me rollerblading naked in the Fremont. And you know, if they start asking me about them like there's some sort of wacky gotcha, I'd be like, dude, it was fun. Try it sometime. You know, I mean, what can you do with a candidate where they're proud of their scandal?
Right.
You know? I mean, if someone says, aha, we got you. Actually, you know what happens? It's Trump is what happens. Because no part of him ever accepted, oh, this is something about which I ought to be ashamed, ever.
Yeah.
So yeah, if someone was not ashamed of their scandal, if they were even proud of it, you'd get Trump.
There's a big difference, though, of skating through some town in was it
Seattle.
It was Seattle. I couldn't remember
just-
if it was north or south.
Fremont is a district in Seattle. But go on.
Okay. There's a difference between skating naked through Fremont and the stuff that Trump does that any normal person should be ashamed of.
True.
The treason, and we'll put it out there, and the duplicity, that whole thing. Yeah.
I still want to know how grab them by the pussy wasn't an end to his campaign. I still want to know how wasn't the end of his campaign.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're no clothes on rollerblade in Fremont, and there's big difference.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, though, is like, even if I was totally proud, and I kind of am, of doing the solstice parade, I mean, someone would try to make political hay out of that. And if I embraced it rather than trying to do damage control, I don't know how they'd deal. But I have a feeling that people would treat naked rollerblading in a parade where lots of people are naked as so much worse than grab them by the pussy.
Well, they would.
Oh yeah, and it all depends.
Quite frankly, you would get a harsher treatment with it just because you're a woman.
Well, there is that.
Which is a lot of the way you're treated depends on who you are. I mean,
I am so glad Trump never rollerbladed naked.
Yeah, I mean, if you're
now
going
that might
to
have killed this campaign.
What would kill Donald Trump's campaign would be a shred of honesty.
Yeah.
And not delivering the horrible things that certain segment of the population wants him to deliver. Were he to be a decent human being, his run for office would be over.
Well, and to me, that's the real disillusioning thing about the whole Trump experience, is it has demonstrated that about a third of our country is okay with being a bigot.
Oh, more than okay with it. They embrace it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because I was mentioning, wow, it's been a couple
You
of
know, I
hours
just
now, but a couple of hours ago, I was talking about that series about the right wing and fascism and all of
yeah.
that. And they do constantly need an enemy. They need an underclass to use as a threat to say, you don't want to go down a level in the
Yeah.
hierarchy, in the pecking order. And
Well,
those are the people who are below you. Those are the
yeah.
undesirables.
Well,
You
And it's
know?
like I was always aware that there were people like that, but I wouldn't have believed it was such a large percentage of the population. That's the part that freaks me out.
yeah,
Mm.
and then
Well, that was another thing they were saying is that Trump gave them an excuse to be overt because he had
yes,
no shame.
Yeah, definitely.
yeah, and some of the politicians that are in office, consider Mitch McConnell. He is the most hated politician in the U.S. and the most hated politician in Kentucky. But he still keeps his job because he effectively convinces the electorate that his opposition is even worse than he is.
Yep. Okay,
And it,
Kate. Jinzu said in the side chat that you weren't naked if you were wearing skates because they're a type of shoes.
I was naked enough, okay? I mean, let's put it this way. Sure, I have the shoes covered, but there's still no shirt, so no service.
there you go. Oh,
Yeah,
jeez,
I
man.
mean, there's like I want to say it's a Far Side cartoon, but it might have been somewhere else where they have the whole no shirt, no shoes, no service, and so they show someone walking into a restaurant with no pants
Yep.
on, but shirt and shoes.
Yep.
You know,
Okay.
yeah.
Donald Duck style.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, there was an episode. Excuse me. There was an episode of Friends I was watching recently because I needed that background noise on. And I couldn't decide on anything else, and I think it was Chandler was going. You notice how Donald Duck walks around with no pants, but when he gets out of the shower, he puts a towel around his waist. What's that about?
Uh huh.
You know.
Yo, I never thought about the towel thing, but yeah.
I don't know. It's one of those things.
I guess when his feathers are wet, you might actually see something.
Ducks don't have a lot to see. Although I did see that one crazy video of like a duck getting a hard on, and it's one of the creepiest
Jeez.
things you'll ever see. Oh my gosh, have you ever seen a duck penis? Because it's crazy. It looks like a crazy straw that's
Mm-hmm.
gone absolutely bug fuck. It's an acid
Yeah,
trip.
it's like a corkscrew and it's as long as their whole body.
Mm-hmm. Now, what you gonna do, huh?
Yeah.
I should probably get some food.
I was going to mention, yeah. I mean, we're talking. It's almost quarter to 11. I had not planned on it going this long, but it's not a bad thing that it did. I want to, if nobody minds, make a little bit of a thing here with if you guys like this idea. Those of you in the audience now, those who are for whatever reason going to watch this later, let me know, and we can keep this sort of thing up. If you have any ideas about when in the day or the general time of day, I'd love to hear about it. As you can see under the little camera view of me up in the corner, I do have some contact information. My Twitter is Lavender Lady Zero. I do have a Facebook page, Lavender Lady Diana. My email now reflects the domain name I registered last week. My email is dclarion at thelavenderlady.org. And for those of you who have more money than sense, my Patreon is www.patreon.com, The Lavender Lady. Kate, do you have anything that you'd like to tell people about what you're going to be doing, or shill yourself, or any of that stuff, or?
Well, I've been having a really difficult time with YouTube lately. Not YouTube itself, just my enthusiasm level is pretty down. And every time I go looking for a video to respond to, I'm inspired by nothing. Of course, a lot of it is just that people are making really long ass videos these days, and I just don't have the energy. You
What you
know,
mean, like 4 hour videos that we're doing right now?
well, yeah, that kind of thing. Sure, even like a half hour long is just a lot of video to deal with.
Yeah.
And so I haven't been making as much content as I have in the past, and I kind of regret that, but at the same time, gosh, it's a breath of fresh air too. I've been kind of burned out, but I am like every couple of days I look and try to find something new to respond to, even if I don't find something. Regardless, though, if you go to my videos, you will find similar things like Patreon and my Amazon wish list and all of that. So, if anyone's feeling uber generous, my birthday is coming up on Sunday. And also there is Gift Miss coming up, and my mom's side of the family's Jewish, so there's always Hanukkah. And
Yay!
buy me something. It's the capitalist season. But other than that, no, I don't have a lot to say, actually.
Actually, Kate, I've got a suggestion for you.
Yeah?
Well, one of the things that you've said, and I realize yet that you've been doing this so long, and it's like people don't come up with any new arguments, that it might be worthwhile for you to, like, pick through your back collection and, like maybe once a week or once a month, highlight something from something you did a few years ago.
What, you mean
Because
like,
basically
Damn
it's
good
still
idea.
the same arguments.
Damn good
you mean like
idea.
respond to something I've already responded to, that sort of thing?
No, I mean, even if you didn't change the video and you just, like re-uploading it, because, people who didn't follow you 5 years ago probably haven't seen it.
Yeah, Kate Farr reruns. That sounds pretty good, actually.
I mean, I guess I could, but that's I have a feeling my viewers will feel cheated by that, because they'll be like, "What? This is already in your back catalog.
Okay, well,
Well,
maybe just promote it on Twitter or something.
yeah, you do have the option of not charging for stuff that you put up, right? Because I know
I do.
you
I
go
do.
Yeah.
by the video.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I could, although I suppose what would be a much better idea along similar lines is to go through some of my older stuff and like see if I still agree with myself, or
Ooh.
can I articulate this better or something. Because I mean, I've
Yeah.
been at this for a while, and I have found ways to express myself that I find a lot easier to I don't know. I think I communicate better now, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, I okay, there's this one guy, I think I've mentioned him before, from 1 Minute Apologist, where we've been emailing back and forth for like
Yes.
a good month, 2 months now.
Yeah.
And one thing he did suggest was maybe once a month we do a live stream of me and him debating back and forth. And I might take him up on it. I don't know.
Interesting.
So
I know
we'll
that
see.
you have your reasons for being hesitant to engage in debate, because that's.
But like I
Say again.
said, he and I did meet up in person. He was in San Diego,
Ah.
and so we did meet up in person, and it was a very interesting experience because when you've only been communicating with someone in text, you don't necessarily get the same impression, and
Yeah.
it's a lot easier to call them a complete stupid fuckwit when you're not within punching distance. And it was an interesting conversation. And I suppose if we were to repeat something similar in a live format, it might be worth it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Then.
Yeah. And I mean, some of what we've been discussing just like today, even, has shown me some of the weird just paradigm shifts, like the differences in our paradigm that we have that make communication so difficult. Like we're arguing about which is more important right now, ontology or epistemology, and I can't help feeling like he's getting it really backward, but then he thinks I am, and it's just really
Okay.
bizarre. It's just the I don't know. It's so I mean, it could be an interesting conversation, I guess.
Okay, something to look forward to in case you decide you want to do that. That would be,
Mhm.
yeah, you'd have at least one person glomming onto those
Yeah.
videos.
I'm trying to remember exactly the context, but there was a moment in our in-person discussion that had some of it was almost like someone had scripted a comedy in a way, because we were talking about like the existence of something and why it is what it is, and is it what it is without us to define it. Like I was trying to explain to him, like a car is only a car because we say it's a car. Like it only has purpose because we give it purpose. You know, if no one existed, it would it still be a vehicle? You know, I mean,
Okay.
what if humanity was wiped out, and like some other set of creatures, or maybe aliens showing up, extraterrestrials, whatever, they come across a car, and they look at it and look at what they can make it do, and maybe the wheels are gone because it's, the rubber is worn out or whatever, but the CD player is still working, and they think, oh, the people who lived on this planet, those who came before us, used this as a reason to sit and listen to music. That is what it was used for. No part of them thought vehicle, you know? And
Okay.
it was kind of like, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie The Gods Must Be Crazy.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, where the pilot throws a Coke bottle out of the plane. It lands in this primitive tribe, and they never use it as a drinking vessel. Like they use it to pound things, and they use it for various stuff. And at one point, they actually use it to hurt each other, which is why the main character decides, I have to return this to the gods. The gods are crazy. I have to find the edge of the world and throw it off, right, to get
Mm-hmm.
rid of it. And that is an example I didn't get a chance to use with the guy, to explain to him, look, this bottle, this drinking vessel, is only a bottle because we say it is. But he kept trying to say, no, it has an essential quality, whatever the hell that meant. Like a
Yeah.
bottle or something, like a car has a carness to it. It has carnicity. It is a vehicle. And I was like, but what gives it that quality if it isn't us? It was
Yeah.
kind of like to discuss with a creationist about kinds, how animals always breed after their kinds. And I've asked many times and never gotten an answer, where's the barrier that prevents two kinds from crossing in any way? And they can't answer it. They don't
Yeah.
have an answer. And so like at some point I was trying to explain to him that it was absolutely important that like the universe, um like that chemical compositions were such, that atomic structures were such, it made a difference. And he said, but why does that matter? And I said, because it's matter. And we both
Mm.
started cracking up. Why does it matter? Because it's matter. Just the two different ways to use the word. That was the sort of dynamic we had going in our conversation. If we could maintain that, we could keep our debate entertaining enough that people might keep watching it.
Yeah, that sounds like
Well,
a wonderful idea. You got to develop
I
this.
mean,
this
what would
sounds
be
like a
great is
person
if
like you can actually talk with, and you might each actually be able to make some valid points instead of what the debates usually break down into.
possibly. I mean, one of the things I keep accusing him of is being an ivory tower philosopher. That he likes to ignore the boots on the ground, get your hands dirty lab work in favor of, like, more hoity-toity, what you can
Mhm.
think up stuff. Where
Oh,
it may or may not bear any resemblance to reality. It's that kind of philosophy. And I know a lot of people go, yeah, well, science is a philosophy too. And I'm like, yeah, but you know what the fuck I mean when I say philosophy. You know,
I don't know if
um,
I don't know if I'm going to get this correct or not, but I'm saying more or less a Socratic as opposed to an Archimedean. The difference between the person who talks about everything and decides what's right based on how beautiful it is and everything else, and then the person who looks at the practicality of something.
well, I mean, I don't know about the whole beauty of everything, but yes, it's definitely the conceptual versus the practical for
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
yeah.
And I keep trying to explain to him why it's the practical that matters far more than the conceptual, because you can make up any old crap you like, but that doesn't mean it bears any resemblance to reality. And for some reason, I cannot get through to him on this point. And I keep trying to explain to him, look, what you say about God and how God works, and like all of these various things God can do, and it doesn't match reality. I keep telling him I need the evidence. I need the boots on the ground, get your hands dirty kind of evidence that allows us to find whether religious claims have any validity. And I keep coming back to the like the miracles that don't seem to be real, the miracles that dried up the instant we got a the ability to record them in any way,
Yes,
like
yes.
Yeah.
camera, you know.
Why hasn't Jesus
And it keeps
appeared
saying,
since the camera was invented?
Yeah.
and well, but then Photoshop was invented. But the thing is that he said, but these were just one-off events, and there's no way to record or test them. Like you can't go back in time and witness the flood. You can't witness the loaves and fishes and all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, but see, here's the thing: single data points like that are the kinds of things that scientists look at and say that's an aberration. That is something that happened in the data that doesn't fit what we're already seeing, and we can probably discard it as just bad data, as something that was recorded wrong or whatever.
Well,
You know,
the other thing about it too is, okay, you cannot repeat the flood, but you do know about floods in general, how floods generally behave, and you can look at the flood and no, floods don't behave that way. You know,
well,
that sort
and
of
that was
thing.
another thing is I kept explaining to him, and for some reason he kept saying no, is that science gives us predictive power. That based on what happened before, we can know that under certain conditions, the same thing will happen again. And he kept saying, no, we don't know that. And now it turns out he thinks that it's we only know that because we have a certain epistemological look on the world, like an outlook or something. I'm like,
Yep.
but we still have predictive power. What are you going on about? It's weird the way he structures what he says,
Yeah.
because it seems to make no sense until I can strip away the way he says it to find what he actually means by it. Because
Yep.
it's like he's speaking a completely foreign language sometimes, where we've even agreed with each other. But because of the way he said it, it sounded like he was saying the exact opposite, or it sounded like he was putting a certain step that I think should be step one in step three, and vice versa. It's so hard to communicate with the guy.
I mean, okay, this probably means absolutely. The guy wouldn't be Catholic, would he?
I'm not sure. I know he is at least Christian,
Yeah,
but
because I know that the Catholics are big on the whole philosophy of the thing and everything. I was dealing with one just recently, within the last couple of days. It was all about the philosophy rather than, as you say, the boots on the ground. Show me how it works.
okay. So,
The one,
well, to answer your question, I'm on their website right now. Like I said, it's 1 Minute Apologist, and all I'm seeing right now is Christian. I
okay,
don't
okay.
see Catholic, but there's still a lot more to read. So keep going.
Yeah, the one guy I've dealt with in the past, he I think the one you've dealt with and his buddy, the Broussard and then Horn, are all big on Aquinas, and
Mm,
the five ways and all that sort of thing, which when you get down to the basis of it, that means nothing. I mean, you could design fiction that way. Show me the whole thing in the real world. Show me the thing in practice. Then we can talk about it. But
So I'm looking, and I'm only seeing Christian. I don't
okay,
see Catholic.
okay,
Um, but
I
yeah,
I will say,
he mentions Aquinas a lot. I mean, that's one of the disagreements he and I get into, is he wants me to read all of the philosophers and all of that stuff. And the way I see it is that's actually the bullshit that we need to cull away so we can look at the facts.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he seems to think that, oh, if you don't know Hume's theorem of this, that, or the other thing, how can we have this discussion? But then when we get down into the nitty gritty of what he's trying to say, I'm like, I understood that without reading Hume.
Uh-huh. Okay, I think I'm at the site as 1 minute apologist with Bobby Conway.
That's the one.
Yeah, okay. I can look at this and see the little details and everything. I'll go over it and stuff. And I
I
may
mean,
have seen one or two of his videos. I'm not sure.
well, if you've been watching my videos, I have responded to them more than once. And they seem to have Frank Turek on there as a guest. Yeah, I know, right? Um,
Oh man, he
but,
gets on my nerves.
mm, but anyway, yeah, that's something I'm considering for my channel is doing the podcasty thing with him.
Sounds
Well, and
like
I guess for doing a podcast, you have to figure out, like you're saying, that you have trouble just communicating to get to his ideas,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and just how much time would be wasted on that, and could you keep the audience engaged?
Yeah. Although, I mean, let's face it, more than half of the internet thrives on drama.
oh
Yeah.
yeah.
And so if he and I were butting heads in certain ways, that might be just watchable on its own. I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know.
but this is a case where you need to know your own audience.
Yeah, I mean people
Are
watch.
the people who are subscribed to you, would they watch that?
I think that's what I meant. I think they would watch that. I mean,
Okay.
if nothing else, I mean, they might go, okay, so Kate has read mostly science fiction instead of philosophy, but at the same time, like I think they'll understand my arguments are coming from a place of understanding, even if I haven't 100% done my homework. You know what I mean? Because
Mm,
like as I say, with the whole seizure thing, a lot of words got disconnected from their definitions. And so when he says things like ontology and epistemology, I have to look them up again to remember which one's which. But I understand the concepts quite well, So, I mean, even if I were to do this podcast thing and I'd have to go, wait, which one is epistemology again? That might make me look like a bit of an idiot. But at the same time, ignorance and intelligence aren't the same thing. And I mean, as soon as I look them up again, I can be like, oh yeah, okay, I know which one we're on. I can argue about that, no problem.
okay then, yeah.
I don't know. So injecting life back into my channel. I mean, we've already discussed how I'm being snubbed a bit by the YouTube atheist community, and that has been a factor in how much like where my enthusiasm has gone.
Yeah.
It's just it sometimes it feels like I'm wasting my time. I mean, my subscriber numbers have flatlined, my views have flatlined. Like I watch people who have fewer subscribers than me get more views faster on individual videos. And I don't know if I'm being screwed by YouTube's algorithm or if I just need more exposure, because I notice a lot of YouTube atheists are doing collaborations or on each other's podcasts or whatever. I don't know if it's just because my content is shit. I don't know. I don't know what the problem is, and I have no way of knowing. But I know that the fact that I can't seem to get any goddamn respect from the rest of the community has hurt my enthusiasm for making videos.
I couldn't blame you for that at all. Yeah. I can blame
Yeah.
them. Because, okay, whatever you might think of a particular person personally, if the work is good, then the work deserves its reward, if you will. It deserves its notice. So there is that bit where you need to, especially with a person known to the general public, well known as you are, you do need to separate the work from the worker in some senses. if you get where I'm coming from. I
Yeah.
I may not like the style of clothing you wear, but I like the stuff you do. I mean, neither of those is I mean, the style of clothing you wear, it's not a real thing. But I'm
Yeah.
trying to, yeah.
Well, I mean, okay, I admit there are certain YouTubers I've unsubscribed from just because they're a chore to watch, even if they make good points. I mean, like even before the whole weird transgender debacle between Essence of Thought
Oh
and Rush,
Lord, yeah.
Yeah.
I was already starting to grow quite annoyed with Essence of Thought. I mean, we'd butted heads a little bit over one issue or another, and it got kind of stupid. And but then I started to notice this rhythm and cadence in the delivery in those videos that started to really, really irritate me. And I was like, I find this difficult to watch just because of that cadence. There's
Yeah.
something about I don't even know which pronoun to use anymore.
No, I know what you mean. That there are a couple of people, even in the community, that I just find them fatiguing to listen to for half an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Maybe that's it. Maybe some people just don't like my voice. I don't know. But either way, and I get a lot of comments. So hey, look how ugly you are from time to time.
Jesus Christ, I don't get that at all, and I
Well,
know there's a bias going on there, but I don't get it at all. I don't.
Well, unfortunately, that is something that I think women are a lot more subject to than men are.
yeah, it's true. And
That are graded on their appearance.
if I looked like Shannon Q or Rachel Oates, I'd probably be a lot more popular, I'm sure. But it's just
Well, there's
oh,
the other thing, though. You say if you looked like Shannon Q or Rachel Oates. Okay, let's in Rachel's case, how many of her viewers are watching her rather than listening to what she's saying?
well, I don't know. I mean, I have to wonder about some of the rather popular YouTube atheists, some of whom don't even put out frequent content. But I've noticed a pattern. If you have an accent Americans think is cool, you will have more subscribers in general.
Yeah,
You
uh-huh.
know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
and I've noticed the result of that is we have a disproportionately large number of people from England and Australia.
and that's the thing is I hate to say, even within the YouTube atheist community, there are a lot of people who are pretty freaking shallow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You
I'm
know?
with you.
And so I have to wonder how much of this lack of respect on in my direction is just all about appearances. I don't know. Maybe and again, maybe I'm looking for excuses and my content is not as good as I'd like to think, and I'm blaming everything except that. I don't know. I have no way of knowing. And that in and of itself is one of the more frustrating things. Man, I'd love to discover that I'm just getting screwed by the algorithm, and if YouTube decides to flip a variable somewhere, all of a sudden I have subscribers out the butt. I don't know. I wish I knew.
Well, I think the algorithm does hit you from several directions because both atheist and LGBT, those are both things that
they're
we're kind of filtering
unpopular.
out so they won't recommend your channel.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, okay, for what it's worth, I'll tell you. I mean, I like your stuff, and as a matter of fact, I'm doing some thinking. Something that you've done recently. I do disagree slightly with certain points you've made, and I've been outlining a response to the point about language. About the deterministic versus whatever you would call it language. The narrow language versus the broad usages. We do disagree slightly on that, and
Do it.
I'm yeah.
Okay, explain to me how you're wrong.
Okay. No.
Okay, well, Kay, you should look at the side chat because you're getting a lot of encouraging comments there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing it, and I do appreciate it. It's just, I mean,
Yeah.
it's not even necessarily the bastards that have me down. It's the numbers. The numbers are the
Yeah.
problem. But I don't know. So basically what you're saying is the like how broad or narrow the definition of atheist should be.
Yeah, I'm a scientist, or yeah, I mean, not unfortunately, I don't have a lab, but
Mm.
that's my mentality. That was my field of study, and I rather like the narrow usages. You know, a word has usually one usage, one definition,
Hmm.
um, and if you open up to a very broad colloquial thing, you run into the sort of problem that I notice when you're talking about faith, where
Mm.
the word faith will be used in order to equivocate. People will intentionally misuse it. Um, they'll tell you have faith that the floor's not going to collapse when you step on it, and that kind of faith is exactly the kind of faith I'm talking about when I accept something without evidence, without demonstration, um, and it's that's very slight thing that I've got going on with. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was that you were.
Well,
Was
I
it
think
that
one of the
baby?
big
Oh, it
points.
was the
Yeah.
definite. Yeah, where babies
Well,
can be atheists, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And of course, they
well,
can't.
there's there's multiple things going on in that
Mm-hmm.
though. Multiple things. Because I mean, okay, number one, a lot of people like to look at atheist as if it's like a thing unto itself, that it is not related to theism in terms of here's theism and then here's the rest of the universe. Those are all of those that qualify as theists, and then here's everything else that doesn't. Is like the only reason we even have the word atheist is because there are theists. If everyone
Exactly.
was,
Yes, we do agree
we
there.
wouldn't have
Definitely.
the word. Okay, but the thing is that because it's a theist, it's not a thing unto itself any more than not collecting stamps is a hobby,
Well, sure. I mean,
right?
atheist is an adjective. It's not a noun.
I mean, yes and no. I like to think of agnostic as an adjective, but that's the point, is that think of it as taxonomy, right? I mean, we could say these are cats, but how many different kinds of cats are there? There's the great cats, and then there's all the different breeds of those. And then if we even just think of house cats, there's like, tabbies and tortoiseshells and Abyssinians and what the hell is a Siamese and all of those, right? And so you have atheists, and then there's explicit atheists, implicit atheists, strong atheists, weak atheists. You got to think of it as one big group, and then lots of little breeds, lots of different types of atheists. But a
Yeah.
lot of people want atheists to be so freaking narrow. I say there is no God, or even I'm well aware of the concept of God and have made a conscious choice, and that makes me an atheist. And if you haven't done that, if you haven't joined something, you're not really an atheist. You're
Yeah.
just an agnostic. I think that misunderstands what atheism is, and I think that like this need to narrowly categorize that word actually hampers discussion, hampers understanding of the concepts. A lot of people, especially like Steve fucking McRae, get
Ah!
hung up they get hung up on, is the word useful? Meaning, will we use it frequently? Will we use it often enough that people will know what we mean by it? I prefer whether or not the word is descriptive. Does it give us the power to describe something that's in front of us? I mean, if someone tries to discard or negate or ignore one way that the word atheist could be applied because we don't use it frequently enough for it to be useful, what they're doing is actually hamstringing our ability to say what we mean if we want to talk about the less frequently used definition or the less frequently used context. And I'm trying to preserve that less frequently used context so that we can even have the discussion. Because if you start yanking words out of the lexicon or yanking definitions out of the lexicon, you leave us with no way to describe the thing we're trying to say. I mean,
Okay. Yeah.
I
Right. Right.
the traditional definitions that people usually think of atheist and agnostic, where agnostic is all wishy-washy, I don't know, could be, might not be, I'm not sure, meh, 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 versus the atheist saying there is no God and I know it and I'm asserting it, that left me with no way to describe my actual position. It's not there. It's not possible. I cannot say to people I'm an agnostic, apistivist, atheist and have that mean what I mean it to mean. The words don't exist. That's why I invented the word apistivist, is because that word wasn't there.
Yeah. We
So
definitely agree there. It's if anything,
when
I was
people
leaning. If anything, I was
uh,
leaning toward having more words rather than yanking any of them out of the
see, that's the
lexicon.
problem with having more words is if they are not words that allow us to differentiate between
Yeah.
kinds of atheists, if instead they are separate categories unto themselves, we run into the same problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So,
and
I
I would
do
defend
think,
Kate's
though.
point that, you know, I like using atheist in the much more general sense and then use other adjectives added onto it.
exactly. That's why when I say babies are atheists, what I mean is that they're implicit weak atheists, meaning they have no belief in any gods, thus they are not theists, thus they are not theistic, they are atheistic, they are atheists. But because it's not a knowing and intentional non-belief, because it's not an informed belief, that's why they are implicit atheists. That's why they are weak atheists. They are
Yeah.
not the more strong, well-studied atheists that we are.
Or at least we claim to be. Yeah, in my case.
Still fall under that non-believer umbrella. They still fall into, like, if you drew a Venn diagram of theists over here, they wouldn't be in that circle, just like the rest of the universe is atheistic. That they fall into that category, and then we use those extra adjectives to describe the way in which they are atheists, the reasons why they are atheists. We can categorize them as a type of atheist. And I think that facilitates understanding much better than having a completely separate category for implicit, unknowing atheists are now dluglatches, and these are the atheists. You got the dluglatches over here, the atheists over here, the theists over here. It doesn't make sense to have them in a completely separate category at all. Not a bit.
I mean,
Well,
I think in general we do agree more than we disagree. The one thing I always look at is how is somebody going to use the word against me? As in my example about faith, I've been in I don't know how many discussions, if you want to call them discussions, where the whole thing is based upon my opponent's equivocation. They're trying to misuse the word to make me believe what they believe.
Well, but see, that's at that point, I start to say, screw the word. This is, I will say to them, what is it you're actually doing? The thing that you call faith, what are you doing? Are you believing in God with evidence or without evidence? And if you say it's the same kind of faith that I have, that the building won't fall over, I'm like, yes, but am I doing that with evidence or without evidence? Are we having faith in exactly the same way? And if we're not, then why are we both calling it faith?
My point exactly. Yeah.
But that's the thing, though, is when you take something like atheism, I mean, I'm willing to add adjectives onto faith as well, like blind faith or informed faith. I don't have a word that is completely the opposite of blind in this context, but you get the idea. Is I'm willing to say, oh, sure, fine, I have faith, but my faith is closer to like knowing confidence, whereas yours is more like pie in the sky hope.
Well, like Michelle Desert's asking in the side chat now, a newborn's kind of the purest form of agnosticism. Atheism involves making a decision.
No,
it's the other way around. That atheism is just not having a belief, whether you've ever had one or not before. Agnostic is actually a subset of atheist.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is a baby is a theist the way it's also a stamp collector.
Yeah.
Atheism only describes what you're not. It doesn't describe anything else about you other than not a theist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, which is the way I will use the word.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a
Well,
theist. I do not believe in a god. So that's the way I'm
Yeah.
using atheist.
It's like there is a trait I do not possess. I mean, I'm sure that there are well, let's suppose there's extraterrestrials out there and they believe in some concept or other that we've never heard of. And if you believe in that concept, you are a this conceptist. Well, we are
Yeah.
all a conceptists for that concept. All of us, even though we've never heard of it, simply because we are not conceptists.
Yeah.
And that's what an atheist is not a theist. Right. And that is something that is so hard for people to get past because they usually think of atheists as opponents or another faction or something rather than just, we're not members of your club.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they use atheist instead of anti-theist too often.
Well, and even then, that's not necessarily because, as Hitchens defined anti-theist, an anti-theist is someone who thinks that even if there was a god, it would be a bad thing. That's an anti-theist,
Yeah,
at least
yeah.
according to Hitchens. So really, what they're doing is they're using atheist to mean explicit atheist, to mean strong atheist, to be the person who asserts there is no God. That's what they think atheist is, and that is a very outdated definition. And I'm
Yeah.
glad that those of us out on the forefront of internet atheism, of the more modern atheism, are breaking down those more traditional definitions into something that frankly is more useful because it gives us better descriptive power. That's the thing that people who say atheism to include babies and rocks and all of that stuff, when they say it isn't useful, what they mean is I wouldn't say it in conversation. What they don't mean is whether or not it gives us descriptive power. And descriptive power is the most important thing here. Because if I want to express a concept and I don't have the words for it, then something's gone completely wrong. You know, especially if you have a word like atheist, where that concept could be described by that word, but people have decided, no, I don't want to use it that way just because, you know, that.
Yeah.
And another thing, too, is that I have a feeling that a lot of people are using the word to describe the wrong thing. When we go back into my history, I have a very clear memory that atheist did not refer to God. Atheist meant enemy. The Soviets were godless atheists.
Or just godless commies, but the godless part covered the atheism well enough.
And we still see that attitude that we are taken to be the enemy because we are atheists. Maybe by the time my generation dies out, that will have changed. The new usage will have taken over. I hope at some point the new usage say again.
I don't know, maybe, I don't know.
It would be nice to see that whole us versus them thing taken away from the atheism front.
I forget who said it first, but there was some famous person, or maybe it's a quote that's gone around for ages, where they're like, some attitudes, some ideas cannot be destroyed. They can only be outlived.
Yes, yeah.
You know, at the risk of somebody thinking I'm equating the two, you know, it's like, what is wrong with having subsets of atheists? I mean, you know, you have Christians, and then you have like 1,000 different varieties of Christians.
Well, some Christians
why can't we use atheists that way?
That's why I made the analogy to breeds of cats.
Yeah.
Well, some Christians wouldn't agree with you there, Purple. You know, if you don't believe exactly as they do, then you're not a Christian. Eric Hovind is one of those people, for example.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, it's like that Emo Phillips routine where he's talking about the guy on the bridge who's going to kill himself, and he tries to talk to him about God. And he's like, are you a Christian or a Jew? He goes, I'm a Christian. Me too. Are you a Protestant or a Baptist or whatever it was? And he goes, I'm a Protestant. Me too. And it gets to this crazy thing where it's like, are you a Covenant of 1847 or Covenant of 1843? He goes, Covenant of 1843. Die, heretic. And oh, it's such a great routine. It really is, because it goes on forever. It's like the religious equivalent of Johann Gamble putty, you know.
Well, and there's the one scene I'll always remember from the movie The Mummy. You know, when the mummy's coming after this guy, and the guy's cowering, and he's grabbing for his necklace that has like 100 different religious symbols, trying to find the one that's going to fend him off.
Oh,
Yeah.
do not get me started on The Mummy, or more specifically, the director of The Mummy. I know I've ranted about him before, but anyway.
No, it wasn't a good movie. I only remember that one
It
scene.
was a great movie. No. It was number 2 when it turned to shit.
Yeah.
See, well, okay, fine, I'll do it. Stephen Sommers, the director and writer of that movie, made some really amazing movies until he basically got bitten by the Michael Bay bug and started using CGI in place of good writing. I'll just say that much. I could go off on a rant about the really good movies he made and then the slow decline to utter shit. But yeah, Stephen Sommers, man, how I miss your good movies.
Oh man, you want to talk about different usages for different words and everything? It just came into my mind when you were talking about CGI. I remember Common Gateway Interface, and it confuses me every now and then when I hear somebody talk about CGI, and I have to no, they're talking about computer generated images. Yeah. Those who aren't familiar with Common Gateway Interface, that's the stuff that allows you to pass variables to web pages.
Well, okay, there's one of those that absolutely makes me want to fucking cut a bitch whenever I hear it. Okay, FX is special effects. SFX is sound effects. I don't care if the word special is in special effects. SFX is sound effects. You dumbasses. And I know you can look it up and find, you can use it for both. No, I went to film school. Fuck you. FX is special effects. SFX is sound effects. Get it right, you bitches.
Well, just because there's 100 web pages out there that are using a term wrong does not mean it's okay to use it that way, because 100 web pages on the scale of the internet is nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my.
Anyway, I know I said this an hour ago, but I really do need to go get some food. It's
you
like
and I both.
And I could rip off my own toes to have something to snack on.
No, don't do that. Toes are essential for balance.
Well, that's why I came in late, because I was making a sandwich when you started.
Yeah. So I will catch you evil geniuses like the plague. Have fun. Don't get caught.
Thanks for being here, Kate.
Okay.
Absolutely. You be good, okay?
Yep, we'll see you around.
Yay. What you got coming up, Purple?
Well, tomorrow, noon Central Time, which is like 13 and a half hours from now. Just doing the, we're going to start out at noon with talking about the art of storytelling. And then at 2 o'clock, Ansgar Odinson is going to join us for talking about race and gender swapping stories.
Oh boy, I definitely have to make sure that I'm there for that one, because I know that I have a tendency to sleep in, and I'm not always on the noontime shows, but have to be there and catch Ansgar with that.
Yeah, a lot of weeks I'm just waking up in time to, hustling in time to get the show. That I barely have time to make a cup of tea between when I wake up and when I go online.
Oh yeah. Oh my. So let's see. Where does everybody want to go? Because let's not assume that everyone who's going to see this has seen you before. You are Purple Rhymes with Orange on YouTube. This is the case.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought.
And if anybody need to contact me privately, purplerhymeswithorange@gmail is, the email I have with that. And on Twitter, it's just Purple W Orange, because I had to shorten it.
Okay then. And yeah, everybody, Purple has 2 discussion shows. You've got the Wednesday
Wednesdays
afternoon.
at noon Central Time, and Thursdays starting at midnight Central Time.
So depending on who you are, where you are, and when you get your sleep, you can catch purple once, twice, or both. Who knows?
And
And
if you are a person who can get sleep, please send me some because I never do.
we have to work on that one way or another. Find a
I've
good.
been working on it for close to 30 years now. I've seen specialists at 3 different clinics in 3 different states. They can't find anything that works without having side effects that are unbearable.
Okay, then. Oy vey. Um, and then okay, at the end of all of this, I may or may not have another one of these during the week. It would, of course, not be Wednesday afternoon, nor would it be Thursday night. Um, I'm kind of working out when to have these. If you guys have any suggestions about when, I think I've
I
said
was
this
going to
before.
make a suggestion on that.
Yes, dear.
It seems to me there's rarely anything going on Monday evenings.
Ah, there's one to think at. Okay, so I'd have to wait a week before I did that. But
Yeah.
we can give that a
And
shot.
and in the winter now when it's getting dark this early, this isn't bad. But like in the spring and summer when it's going to be light much later, the time you started this one is probably going to be before I'd be home most nights.
Okay,
You know, and
then.
I'm just on Central Time, so like, you know, for like Kate out in California, they're not even going to be home from work yet.
Yeah, right. Because where I'd started at 7, it would be 4 over there.
Yeah.
And yeah, so that's the other one to work on, to have it late enough that people would be around to watch it, but not so late that I'm falling asleep on camera. Oh, I've never done that before, have I? And I want to thank you many much for coming by, Purple. It's wonderful to have you every time you're around. And I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everybody who's not here. So, in my famous words, if nobody has anything more to say, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Okay. Bye.